Hello everyone, welcome to Gdansk, Poland, the final day of competition here in Gdansk. It is the men's free skate. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. The results after the short program are ever so tight. Essentially, it's a tie between Nishino of Japan and Choi of Korea, both with 78 points.
Ebihara of Japan owns third place at the moment with a 4-point lead over Germany's Genrikh Gartung and Ian Beiler of Switzerland. But as we know so well, that is not a big lead in the men's event. There are others that are close and capable. So as we saw last night in the women's free, anything can and quite possibly will happen.
29 skaters from 24 nations. The men's free skate starts right now. Welcome everyone to Gdansk, Poland, as we do a flyover of the old town. It's so spectacular and so beautiful, so charming. And then there is the arena, the Olivia Arena, that has been the host to many, many Junior Grand Prix events and other figure skating events as well. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty, our final event here on the final day of coverage in Gdansk, as we will move on to Abu Dhabi starting tomorrow. The competition will start later in the week on Thursday. Mark?
Yeah, it's been an exciting day already with the free dance completed. The Ukrainian team of Irina Pegina and Artem Koval winning. As we look at the starting order for this men's free skate, and United have had no break because we are working with the amazing team. Rosa, Thomas, Naomi, all of the team here, so entertaining, and the social media content that they have just amassed, I think will entertain some people online.
Kind of a break. It was fun. You know, we were with the skaters and some of the coaches and doing some social media stuff, and I can't even believe
oh my goodness,
what
you
I
were
did.
Just lifted
yeah,
by
and you know what?
a pair guy.
I'm going to be worried when that comes out. I could tell you that. But it was a lot of fun, that's for sure. Great community, great family here, not only in the production, but all through the Junior Grand Prix. It's an honor, and I think skaters would like to get to this level as we take a look at the officials for this event, because it's special. You're young, and you have everything in front of you as we take a look at the technical panel.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the idea of doing this social media content, we live in a world where social media is prevalent, and it's an important aspect, particularly for a young generation who are so connected through their social media. And I think that the skaters that were around on site for when the antics were taking place will be remembering the fun that they've just had.
Well,
another aspect.
When we asked them, there was no hesitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said, no, we'll be part of that. It's a lot of fun. And of course, Mark, you were pretty amazing in that last shot, that last...
Was it cool?
Well, yeah, I think it was pretty cool. It was good body launch. You were with Adrian
Diaz
yeah. and doing acrobatics. And I'm glad it was you, not me. Great
fun
stuff.
and games.
Yeah, this has been a wonderful week here in Gdansk, and as you mentioned a little earlier in the warm-ups of the ice dance, the ISU had released the schedule for next year. If you want to maybe just pull that up, and we can tell this audience here, the men's audience, where the Junior Grand Prix will travel next year. And it seems to be a really hot ticket for young skaters who want to come on this Junior Grand Prix. It's special, not just because of the competition, because of the family and the warmth and the support that is surrounding this event. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, so next year the Junior Grand Prix will start on August 19th in China, which will include the pairs event and in Xi'an City. And then it will head to Riga, Latvia, the venue that has hosted so many Junior Grand Prix, and indeed that was the starting city of this series, before heading back to Bangkok, and then to Ankara in Turkey, where the pairs will take place again. Then, for the first time, to Batumi in Georgia, and then to the very beautiful city of Ljubljana in Slovenia, before ending next year's series here in Gdansk.
Yeah, it's a little chilly out there now, like 5 degrees out here. 1 week later, we might have snow. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, hopefully I'm not kidding. I am kidding. Yeah, very great. That's going to be a super series, as you say, next year.
And as we release the locations and dates of next year's Junior Grand Prix, we also have updates on some other amazing prospects and aspects and endeavours by the International Skating Union, one of which released by decision of the ISU Council, which met at the end of last month in Lausanne, Switzerland. And they were talking about athlete safeguarding and protecting athletes on social media, and that's something that we've been incredibly passionate about, particularly in the junior ranks. And they're concluding that following a successful first trial at the World Championships in Boston, the ISU will further roll out a social media monitoring and moderation program in the 2025-2026 season.
Love that.
really very, very cool. And the ISU acknowledging how committed it is to protecting its most vulnerable athletes, and female athletes in particular, of all nationalities from online abuse and harassment.
Yep.
And I'm delighted to be a part of that.
Fantastic. And I don't know if other organizations do that or where they got that concept with, but I applaud the ISU for taking action in that area. As we know, social media can be a very positive thing, but it can be a very destructive thing as well. And we're so happy that they are looking into that and taking action.
So now to the men's free skate, and again now on this penultimate stage of the Junior Grand Prix this year, we have lots to consider, because we consider the final, where Nagoya, Japan will take 6 men to the Junior Grand Prix final, and they will compete in an event alongside the Senior Grand Prix finalists, which will be decided on the Senior Grand Prix later on in the year. But it's exciting to consider that. For the skaters on screen though, currently in this earlier stage of the competition, there are a whole lot of other factors at play. Personal pride, potentially achieving minimum technical element scores.
And as we've seen a little earlier today, those teams that this is their second Junior Grand Prix, just the pleasure in having a better skate and a bigger score, and knowing that they're in the right direction as they enter into their national championship season, domestic competitions. So it's, we start very early. I mean, you said August 19th for next year. So that's very early. That's still in the summer. It's still part of training. So those early competitions are always, I want to say risky, but how prepared can you be in your first competition of the season? You do your best, but it unfolds in unusual ways. But when you get to this point of the Junior Grand Prix, usually, and you've already had one experience, good or bad, the second one sort of pulls it all together and makes the journey, at least at this stage of the year, worth it.
Yeah, and I think, in light of the release of these dates, it's maybe a chance for us to shout out to those skaters that are maybe watching this now with a view to trying to make the Junior Grand Prix for the first time next year. Enjoy your skating.
I think the value of coming here is, yes, to compete, because that's what you're doing, but you will have an experience of a lifetime with, even though there is some pressure, the junior years are full of joy and full of experiences, good and bad. And you need to have those. And so, put that as a goal. Work hard to get to that. And your national organizations, of course, will have different process in which they will select skaters to come to the Junior Grand Prix. But I pretty much guarantee you it'll be a good experience. Even if it's a tough experience in skating, there'll be great value in what you learn, but you'll meet friends and have some of the friendships and relationships for a lifetime.
Yeah, and I think we see that a little bit. We don't see all of the audience who are primarily sitting behind the judges from where the cameras are, but quite often we'll see little shots of the audience on the opposite side of the judges, and you'll see skaters from different nations teaming up together and enjoying camaraderie. Special times.
Here we go. The first skater of 29. There are 5 groups in the men's free program, which will conclude the competition here in Gdansk. Our first skater represents Denmark, Wendell Hansson-Ostergaard.
There, one of the first of their mothers and coaches, Pamela Hansson-Ostergaard. She's sending her son out to his start position to open the men's free skate, as he skates to music by Marcelo Alvarez. Wendell Hansson-Ostergaard opens the men's free skate, and you can see Wendell utterly exhausted. And as those that have seen the Junior Grand Prix before know, Wendell is a skater who has no ice skating rink available through much of the summer. So he will, of course, be more fatigued because he hasn't had the run-throughs that so many others have had. However, what Wendell does come away with in this performance is a clean triple lutz. Now, when he competed in Riga, it was downgraded. In the short program, it was under-rotated. And today, in this long, fully rotated.
And I think what you saw here is the music, the approach to this was, very free and very open and very, even at times chaotic looking, but it matched his choreography. Like, he let himself fly on the ice, on his knees, in the air, you name it. As we take a look at some of the elements, there's the Lutz to open the program. And here's the triple toe loop, gets free leg back in time up into a double. So has a pretty good start to the program. He has energy to start with. Looked a little fatigued at the end. There's the triple flip, and he gets back too far on the heel and has to take that fall. There's a little bit of break dancing right up into some steps. And you can see this slide right here at the end.
Ooh, he did well there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, could have flipped right back.
And I think Wendell has good technique, and I think perhaps a little bit inspired by the likes of Ilya Mallane with some of the content that he and his mom have worked together on within this choreography.
And you can see he's still tired and gasping for air, because that takes a lot of energy, that program.
Oh my goodness. And his commitment to his concept, all the more admirable because he doesn't have the time that others have had. So his passion for having a stamp in his own skating style, pushing him through there. I wish I could deposit a year-round ice rink for Wendell and Pamela.
Makes such a difference. You're trying to work with like one color to create a portrait.
A palette.
Yeah, a palette. And
they do such an amazing job with what they have.
Yeah.
And now 17 years of age, so Wendell next year, I wonder, he's up to his technical content this season with now the triple lutzes, the triple flips, that increase in difficulty. Interested to know whether or not Wendell now, moving forward, if triple axel will be a factor in their off-season training, or indeed if it will be program components and grades of execution.
Yeah, he certainly has the strength. That's not an issue, but you want to make that strength marry it with really, really good technique to be efficient in the air. He's got the strength to get up. He's got the strength to get around. Does he have the strength to pull it out and land on a nice, tidy, clean edge? And that will just take a little bit more timing and technique and folding into rotation slightly better, but he certainly has all the physical skills to do that. As we take a look at the scores, it's the season's best, 82.61 for Wendell. He is the first skater in this competition.
Hansson-Ostergaard from Denmark has earned a total
122.79 total competition score for Wendell. As we see our next skater who represents Poland, Oskar Oliver.
Oskar, the first of 3 Polish skaters. Interesting and unique costuming in a skater that competing in back-to-back Junior Grand Prix. Struggled with the short program, hoping for a personal best free skate.
And he will skate the free program to It's a Man's World by James Brown. And the beat is Rhythm by Bill Kitty.
Poland's Oskar Oliver just showcasing as perhaps the 2 greatest stark contrasts between a short program where he just had a nightmare, fell on a spin, fell and struggled through that, to then this, a free skate that is much better than last week in Baku, and hopefully now this skate will close in the personal best free skate that he had from last season, I'm so happy for him that he's had the good skate that he's just delivered.
You know, he's a really good example of how things, particularly in juniors, how they can change from day to day, from a really tough, almost disastrous skate to one that's pulled together. And then you start to see the abilities. You go, okay, that was just a bad skate. This is a good skater. It's just a bad skate, right? And so let's take a look at some of the elements here. Triple Lutz on a lean. He manages to hang on, get up into the toe hoop. And we see nice speed in the triple flip again, a little bit forward, but he's going to continue to make his adjustments and start to align that body right there. He was straight in the air on his landing foot perfectly as we see the triple Lutz. That was beautiful.
And he had 2 balls last week in Baku on flip and loose, as we see another triple flip double toe. And the energy and conviction to his finish position probably born on the fact that clean skate gives us so much energy, as Angelina Todrenko joins him in the kiss and cry.
Yeah. He's got a smile and a relaxation and comfort in the kiss and cry right now.
And he's an amazing young man. He does philanthropic work. He supports charities. He's a really cool young human.
Very cool. That's the neat thing about it. You see him as a skater. There's so much more about this young man and many of the skaters that they have in their life that make them extraordinary people, aside from the skater. Let's take a look at the scores. Season best 99.87. He's pretty happy with that. That is first so far, very early on in the competition. With a total competition score of 142.14 as he takes the lead at this stage.
Oscar Oliver from Poland has earned total 142.14 total points. He's currently in the first place.
Good on him, taking his moment.
Yeah. Our next skater represents Andorra, Raul Garcia-Shibinskiy.
And Raul showcasing a different style to this short program. Skater that's improved so much over the past season.
17 years old, and he'll skate the free to Time to Say Goodbye.
Andorran Raul Garcia-Shibinskiy, a skater that's chosen this music because of his new training location, now working with Edoardo De Bernardi and Miriam Brunero and Sera Casella in Italy, training in Torino and Courmayeur. But as passionate as the music is, it's so hard to maintain that level of passion and intensity when you've made the mistakes on the technical score.
This is the one hard thing about our sport, is that because it's sport and it's art and it's entertainment, so how does that all mix together? You got to take care of that sport part because that's first, right? And then you can get engaged with the rest. But when the sport starts to fall apart a little bit, it's hard to emotionally connect with the music. Some people can do it extremely well, but for others, it's a challenge. There's the triple Lutz, good height on that, soft knees in the landing. We'll take a look here, reaches back for the triple toe loop, nice and straight and tight in the air up into the double toe loop. Well executed, positive GOE, and triple loop, and that's too far back on the heel. That was a problem off the takeoff. Look at that nice Ina Bauer, beautiful. Deep edge.
And one of the things as you watch Raul and just there clinging onto the triple salto, the black soul, that's so impressive about Raul, but won't necessarily be reflected in his score here, is his versatility, because the short program that he offered was just so different. Hope, the Tommy Prophet music, complete different stylization, but Raul at 17 years of age, still early developmentally in some of his technical score, showcasing musical interpretation that is a broader range than many above him.
You know, when you pick a piece of music, you know, as powerful as that, has emotion and has crescendos and has this deep, powerful voice that just, you know, shakes your spine.
Yeah.
And then skating up to it. At the same time, you got to do all the elements.
Yeah, those elements get in the way.
Yeah. Season best, 90.26 for Raul. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 133.38. And that will put Raul currently overall in the second place.
He's currently in the second place.
Our next skater represents Hungary, Aleksei Vlasenko.
And then Aleksei was en route to having a personal best short program 2 days ago, but just popped the intended triple loop, hoping to rotate every triple in an ambitious program now.
He'll skate the free program to Wind of Change by the Scorpions.
Hungary's Aleksei Vlasenko in his final Junior Grand Prix season.
Aleksei Vlasenko,
Skater
Belgrade.
who has so much to offer, some great aspects, but that skate had a lot of red boxes and lots of negative grades of execution, unfortunately, as he saw some of the jump landings just slip away and force the judges to detract.
Yeah, and I think he's a tall boy, and sometimes the posture starts to round out the back a little bit, which changes the rotation position or the effectiveness or efficiencies of the rotation. We saw that a little bit later. Top of the program, not too bad. He had enough straightness in the air to get around the triple flip double toed, no problem. You can see the shoulders rounding out a little bit, down forward, that. And he's a little bit too far forward, and that's an unfortunate fall because you slip and you're stuck, and now you're behind the music, and now you have to chase it. It's exhausting trying to catch up to it. As we see a little bit later in the program, there's the triple salto, pretty tight in the air. But look at the shoulders. The shoulders start. I look at them because I was like that. People say, stand up straight. Well, I am standing up straight. No, I wasn't. But it affected my rotation position.
Yeah.
And you can see that here. With Aleksei, it did as well once he got tired as well.
And I think
he's a good skater, and he can do all these elements, but you need the strength and the condition to get all the way through.
Yeah, and for Aleksei, I think we do see some big jumps and changes for the men that go from junior to senior, and the developmental stage for the men can be later. And so hopefully now, in his final junior season, Aleksei can take stock, set some new goals, and take real ownership over that stylization to push the components higher.
Yeah. And I've watched him a couple times now, obviously on the Junior Grand Prix, and I know he can do all these jumps. It's just a matter of mastering the energy output that you need throughout the whole program, and then learning how to, because it's awkward to stand up absolutely straight and have that posture that we often talked about. It's not just for aesthetic, it's for efficiency. And so when it's not a natural position for you, you don't use the muscles you need to straighten yourself up. And then when you do, you go, wow, that takes a lot of energy to straighten yourself up, but particularly for 3.5 minutes. So until that becomes his position, just automatic position, that's going to be more work. But when he gets it, it's going to be more efficient totally in rotation in the air and much better body line on the landings.
And so much of the grade of execution of every jump is dependent upon that landing. And so
totally.
He's going to want to change that.
You really only get the points once you've bought the jump, landed it. 89.73 for Aleksei Vlasenko from Hungary. That's third in the free program with a total competition score of 134.09, and that will put him currently into second place. So look at your top four skaters, your first four skaters in this event so far. And there is our next skater representing Italy, Matteo Marchioni.
And having referenced posture and shoulder alignment, Matteo undoubtedly a skater that showcases more of that here. He struggled with the change foot camel spin in their short program, but looking for redemption now.
I love what he's going to skate to. Star Wars.
Matteo Marchioni from Italy, and so often I've seen people lamenting some of the new rule changes for spin features and the difficult exits, but Matteo on that change sit spin at the end of the program did the best difficult exit, box ticking for the level feature, but really unique. I love that, and I love so much of the stylization of this skater because he has better body alignment.
Yeah, you can see that through the program as you watch some of the elements. He's got control of his body. He's got the posture when he needs it. He's got the range of movement when he needs it. There's the triple Lutz right on top and keeps the flow going through the double toe loop. Just beautiful execution, great posture. The posture is so important. We talk about that. A little bit leaning forward, but you see how strong the back was? He was still able to land it because he didn't let that lean go further. Get the back really strong. The triple flip. This was too far back a little bit on the landing. But he keeps going. He parks that mistake and moves forward. Triple Saka a little bit later in the program. That was easy. Up into the double axel. And let's just do another one. There we go.
Break the points.
Getting points, yeah. And you can see he has control of the slides. There's a toe Arabian. And final spin. There's the sit spin you were talking about, Mark. Nicely centered. We'll watch the exit here. And this is the tuck under. There's that exit, just spinning on the knees.
I love that from the tuck behind, the transition to the knees.
Yeah, very cool. Nice job.
And as we were just talking about now, as we see Matteo, part of his coaching team, Katerina Nemela and Martina Bernard. Now, from here on in, for Matteo, he's had 2 Junior Grand Prix assignments this year, now fueled to keep improving and striving for greater as the rest of the season continues.
98.68 free program score. That is second in the free program so far, with a total competition score of 143.81. Matteo takes the lead after Group 1, number 1.
from Italy has earned a total 143.81
And it's over and gold. Yeah,
points.
it's okay.
He's
Yep,
currently
okay,
in
I'm going to
first
get the
place.
water. Yeah, nicely done. So we'll take a look at the standings so far. And we get introduced to group number 2, ice for their 6-minute warm-up. Mark?
Yes, indeed. They need all 6.
They have more elements. They have more things to warm up, that's for sure. There's good discussion this morning as to why ice dance has 5 minutes and pairs and singles have 6. Do we have any questions that come in?
I don't think we have, and I don't think that...
I thought Teresa sent some
maybe they
this morning.
came...
I think
Oh,
she's...
really?
Yeah. Come on, take a better look.
What am I doing? Well, she maybe sent them to you, Ted, but she didn't send them to me. Anyway, I digress. You can chase the question.
Pardon me?
As we chase the questions, that's an opportunity for us to open the forum to anybody that wishes to send us, if not to the ISU, but you're very welcome to send us any questions, and we would love to hear from the skating community. And maybe as we head towards the final event
in Abu
next
Dhabi.
week,
get
them in.
Yeah,
because
please.
the senior events, we don't get the opportunity to.
No, we don't
answer
get to
any
do that at the
questions.
senior events. We will be at the Junior Grand Prix final in Nagoya, both Mark and I, covering junior and senior, so that's pretty cool. But I think what we'd like you to ask you to do is that you've heard us talk a lot about 2030 vision and the ISU and trying to sort of start with a clean slate and not reinvent, but take a look at what can be adapted, adjusted, and changed in our sport. And not only the rules necessarily on the ice, but the production of it and the presentation of it, etc. So, and it's hard because we haven't had a lot of people write in. Because I think when they look at it, they go, well, I don't know how to change it. Like, what would you do? But we've had people, sometimes analyze, I'll put it that way, won't criticize, analyze the judging of this, the judging of that, and they don't quite maybe understand the whole process here. But we're interested, what brings you into the rink or not, and what brings you to streaming or television or not, and how could we, let's say we, Mark and I, myself, how could we present the sport better? What can we bring to you more that you don't already have? And, what's the difference between streaming and television? And whatever your thoughts are, we'd be grateful for you to send your comments in, because we can bring that to the ISU. And because they're constantly asking us for thoughts, but we want to get thoughts from other people as well.
And that's such a good question, because I think one of the things that we are very aware of and very keen to do is envelope more people into the viewership and the enjoyment of skating. And when I'm looking at the ISU Vision 2030, there are pillars of ISU Vision 2030. There are 5 pillars, with the Go ISU being those, GOISNU, and the first is growth. And that growth comes with exciting and attracting global fans through sharper fan engagement. So essentially, those that are listening currently, what do you enjoy? But also, what's your opinion on how we do that? How do we growth, excite and attract global fans? And perhaps the skating is just incredible. How do we, if there is any way that you see the way in which we attract more fans to the sport?
And we might find, I don't think we will, but we might find out that what we're doing is quite okay.
Yeah.
Not we as Mark and I, but as the whole sport collectively. Yeah. And maybe they're just minor changes. The one thing I will always defend is that the change in the judging system has given the athlete much more understanding and power. They understand what they have to do to earn the points, and they have the control. And every time, they come off the ice, maybe a little bit what's going on type of thing, they are then able to take a look at the report card and say, oh, now I understand where I lost. So they can understand. So that's one thing I think is quite good. You wouldn't really want to lose. But anyways, again, I digress.
Well, that's an interesting comment, because as we watch the men on screen currently, there was an example of a skater that was deeply upset at the result they've had. And I can be a skater that will admit there have been times when I've come off the ice and felt aggrieved at the result that I've had and confused by it. But for us, objectively now, for me as an older fan of the sport who has really, you can tell, Ted, every time that we come and commentate, I've got my screeds and screeds of rules, because we have studied the sport, and I understand now with the study that I've done why results are the way they are. And sometimes the skaters can't understand that in the moment because they can't see it as objectively as we can.
But also, the question would be, the audience can't either, because they're not going to read through all that detail.
Yeah.
To a certain point, you have to trust that everybody's effort has good intent. That's number one. Number two, that good people, smart people have analyzed and made decisions, and then the skaters have changed that to, that decision or that rule now doesn't really work because the skaters have changed the sport. I mean, Mallane has changed the sport.
Yeah.
Right? So then
Skaters,
new things have to be thought. So it's a constant, and that's the great thing about the system, is the judging system can change easily. But it takes.
I suppose the thing is then, perhaps as we're discussing fan engagement, and another pillar is unity and getting people to understand maybe the results the way they are. I understand pretty much all the results that I see now. I can comprehend them through the lens of understanding the rules and study of the rules. The question might be, though, what do fans of the sport need the rules to do for them to appreciate the results?
Yeah.
Because if there are times when a fan who doesn't have the rules in front of them and know them inside out, they don't agree with something, we need to make that.
Yeah, and sometimes maybe we just have to simplify the complications of the calculation. The calculation is very good. The whole concept is very good. But it's difficult to explain. We have to find language and verbiage that reflects it accurately, but not confusing.
Skaters,
I know that's not a real word.
Please leave the
No,
ice.
that makes sense.
All right, we've covered this.
And there could be some fans that just prefer somebody because of their costume and their music.
But hey, listen, honest folks, nobody has said to us how to cover up 6 minutes of warm-up. So we just sort of free wing it a little bit. But we are back to competition. Look what's on the screen. Father and son.
Przywitajmy
Ryszard
reprezentanta
Siudek,
Polski.
the skater.
On the ice, representing Poland, Ryszard Siudek.
A special moment. Wow, there's such a big story. Anyways, carry on there, Mike.
Ryszard Siudek racing out to center ice for his free skate, fueled with intensity and desire.
And he will skate to Danny Elfman's Batman.
Ryszard Siudek is about to have some cuddly toys thrown onto the ice for him. The 16-year-old who has brought us through the relationship with his parents and coaches such joy on the Junior Grand Prix over the past couple of seasons. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch the relationship that he has as fellow Polish skaters cheer him on.
Well, watching Dorota and Mariusz, the father and the mother and the team leader, in the dark behind him, leaning and moving forward and moving back. I mean, can you imagine having your son and your daughter, and many people are at home watching them, but when you're coaching them as well, it's a family affair, number one, but the emotions ride high of great pride and great hope for your son.
Yeah, I love how he loves his dad so much. Not many 16-year-olds are like that. No. Respectful of their parents.
Yeah.
I only get a snippet of it at events, but it just seems so lovely.
Yeah.
I would love to give some flexibility exercise. I wonder how much natural tightness that is. For
how he did that. I mean, he fell out of that first jump into an Euler, into a second triple jump.
Downgraded Euler.
Yeah. And you can see he starts to lean backward, but that's, as you mentioned, Mark, it's his comfort zone in a way. It's see how it leans backward, but he always lands the jump. And goes backwards a little bit. That was more on top a little bit.
And
there's
dear.
that fall right there. And that can sort of happen to anybody just unexpectedly. As you take a look at that back, sort of the inside edge, should be back outside edge. Not that it's critical to the points, but it slows it down a bit.
Yeah, we'll have a reduction for errors for the entry. But I'd love for Ryszard, I just wonder how flexible he is and how much work could be done just to increase his range. The muscle fibers look to be very tight, which happens to be very strong, but just there's not as much elasticity for the components. Oh, he loves his dad. I love that they're such mates.
Yeah, it's very cool. The score is 90.20 for Ryszard. That's fourth with the free program with a total competition score of 139.22. That'll put him overall in the third place.
You know, his dad was such a successful skater himself. It's nice for us to see his dad
one of the
as
nicest
a dad now.
people you want to ever meet. Both parents are special. As skaters, they were European champions. And they are coaching other skaters. So we take a look at Razvan Cionac representing Romania.
And Razvan was really strong in the short program. I think a personal best for him. Hoping for now another personal best in his free skate.
He'll start. I Hear a Symphony by Cody Fry.
That was until you came along. Now this place is something new. I hear when I look at you. With simple songs I wanted more. Perfection is so quick to bore. You are beautiful by far. Our flaws are who we really are.
Romania's
Razvan
Razvan
Cionac,
Cionac
representant Romania.
comes away from this event with a nearly 9-point personal best in the short program, and then a skate that was really challenging in the free skate. But Razvan had said that he struggled last year with some of his mental control in competition, and he's very vocal and honest about working on that. And you could see, even in the warm-up, I could see Razvan was just really struggling in warm-up too. And that you could see it in the energy of the skater. He's got beautiful posture. He's got, potential for great jumping technique, but the energy around the skater just isn't full of self-belief at this stage.
Yeah, I think, well, at least in this program, he just did not have control of his body, lost feeling of where he was and when he had to check out. So sometimes it's automatic and it just happens to work for you. But when it's off, you start searching in the program and you can't find that center of balance and you can't find that timing. And that was the type of program for him. He can do all those elements. That's not the issue. He didn't do them. That is the issue. Why didn't he do them? Well, he lost the feeling. He lost the connection with it. That's every skater does that. Every skater does. So what's the process? How do I actually learn that? Compete, compete, compete. So you can face the reality of that stress or pressure that you have. And you can only learn to handle that if you put yourself in those situations.
And, his coach, Simona Punga, has done so much for him, and she's so invested in him as a human as well. And at some point, it's difficult to know for Razvan. He's such a great skater. He's got some beautiful alignment. Now moving forward, he's had experiences like that before, frustrating experiences. It's like, oh, you need a cuddle, and you need some love, and you need some support. Or maybe it's now, right, come on, right, let's just attack. And different approaches are difficult to manage.
Exactly. Because these kids don't stay the same. They become young adults, and they become adults, so they change. You need to change with them. 71.92 for Razvan, and 7th in the free program. Total competition score is 121.05 for Razvan Cionac from Romania. That will put him into 7th place for the moment.
He's currently in the 7th place.
Our next skater represents Armenia, Mikayel Salazaryan.
Representing Armenia, Mikayel Salazaryan.
And Mikayel will be the first of the skaters to include in his free skate the most difficult triple axel.
He'll skate the free program to I Hear Symphony by Cody Fry.
I used to hear a simple song that was until you came along. Now in its place is something new. I hear it when I look at you.
Armenia's Mikayel Salazaryan completes his skate, and what I find really interesting here, I remember Mikayel last season delivering a 7-triple free skate when he competed here in Gdansk, and I remember how consistent he was in laying down the triple jumps. On this occasion, Mikayel hasn't skated as successfully on his technical element score. However, the work that he has obviously done on his components has helped to elevate him into a different component score range. Last year he was just high 3s out of 10 in some of the components. This year he's touching the 5s, and I'm sure the work that he's done with his coaches has been largely fixated and focused on that second mark.
He got the triple ox double toe done, the opening of the program. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. He's got a second triple ox done under rotated. Here's the first one. Let's slow this right down here on this takeoff. There it is, 1, 2, 3. Gets it all the way around, gets the free leg back, and he has enough momentum to get up into at least the double. That was good. And here's the second one. This is a little bit more problematic. We'll take a look at the landings. Watch the landings. Where's the foot? Yeah, you can see it turns a little bit more, and he got twisted around and had to step out. And that'll reduce the grade of execution. So he'll lose some points because the quality of that element was not so good. Triple Lutz, triple toe loop. I think the toe loop, yes, it is under rotated in the system. So we take a look at the triple flip a little bit later. It's a little bit better, but all not sticking the landings with nice positions and flow. So no positive GOEs helping to add points to the base value. They're actually losing some points because the quality is flawed.
And interesting, because last season he did stick more of those landings, but now the scores that he's going to achieve here are similar, but comprising a very different
way.
Yeah, totally, so now
yeah.
just needs to combine it all together. Easier said than done.
Yeah, we just pass on words. You know, doing is a different thing.
And you know, for the skaters, often then when the focus becomes on something different, you do lose some aspects. But it's all developmental, long-term game.
It is, and it's and you have to have patience as a coach and parents.
Yeah. Interesting that for Mikayel, last year I was saying that he was 3.96 composition. This year he's almost a full point higher, which from a component's perspective, that's a big jump.
Yeah, it is. 94.78, that is third in the free program for Mikayel. And his total competition score is, and there it is, 144.91. And that'll put him first overall for the moment. Just want to follow up or finish that thought. Patience for parents as well. Skater patience, coach patience, parents' patience. Okay, at some point, patience runs out, but you've got to have that because it's a long journey. As we see our next competitor representing Estonia, Ilya Nesterov.
Oh, I love that dynamic entry to the ice from Ilya Nesterov, one of the youngest competitors in the men's event.
And the way he's dressed might give a little bit of a hint of what he's going to skate to. Love it. Singing in the Rain. Okay, that was really charming. You say your thing, and then I have a question for you.
Charming was the word that I felt like saying too, but Ilya Nesterov from Estonia giving some incredible transitional content. We enjoyed it in the short and equally in the free skate.
Question for you. That's such a happy piece. He was a happy guy. The choreographer was happy. Does that happiness affect the judge?
It has to. Again, I have to reference the criteria that the judges have, and the composition and the presentation have to be appropriate to the music. But I think you'd be hard pushed as a human not to be endeared to the happy music and the happy charm of this young man. And it's just so delightful.
Yeah, it is. And you're right about the transitions. They were so difficult and unexpected, and that's exactly what you want. And you're going to notice that. They're going to judge the landings of the jumps for GOE through the specific criteria. So happy's not going to get you past that. That's for sure. That's going to lose points. But overall, the performance has a nice straight triple loop, the double toe loop. Not a lot of speed on the landing. So there's lots of little technical things. But you can't say, gee, that was a boring program. It wasn't. That was not charming. It was.
And also, this was a shame.
Yeah, he loves that spin, I think.
Yeah, we'll have no value for the spin there at the end. But
he tried.
He absolutely clung to all he possibly could. But Ilya Nesterov, if he can now have the flow on exit of the 7 jumps in the program, the way that he has transitional difficulty on the entries, then he'll be a delight to continue to watch and enjoy.
He's still charming in the kiss and cry. I mean, young man, that was delightful. Bring your happiness, no matter what your program is, and your joy of skating, always to the ice, because no matter how well you skate for yourself or for others, you're going to bring a smile to the face of people, and that is also very important.
And I think Yekaterina Nekrasova, coach and choreographer, she's doing a great job for a different school of Estonian skaters, and really admiring what we're seeing from her. Yeah,
he's just 14 years old, Ilya, and I think he's the person that we saw in Singing in the Rain. That's his personality. Now, if he comes out with a really dark number that's scary,
but wow, you're an incredible performer.
Which we talked about, coaches giving different genres and different stories for people to explore what it feels like to do a different character, and maybe we'll see that from him, or maybe he'll do it in a way with a little wink in the eye, like a different twist to it.
Making me wonder what the music choice should be for next season for Ilya Nesterov. I'm invested. We're invested in his.
No, I am invested in him. I thought he was terrific. I thought the program was great. Never broke the character. Maybe the landing, but not the character. Take a look at the scores for Ilya Nesterov. 101.20, that is first. The free program, you can see a smile on his face going, look at that. 151.59, total competition score. That puts him into first place. Nice job. So look at your top 5 skaters on the leaderboard so far in this event. 2 skaters to go in group number 2. And there he is, our next skater, representing Hong Kong, Jarvis Ho.
Jarvis, one of the busiest competitors on the circuit thus far. So many events this season already for Jarvis.
He's currently ranked 20th after the short. He'll need a 101.14 to take the lead as he skates the free program to Rain in Your Black Eyes by Ezio Basso.
Hong Kong's Jarvis Ho coming to terms with his 5th competitive free skate in about 12 weeks. He's been so busy as he is supported ringside, and I think he'd be disappointed with that skate.
Yeah.
But it's understandable because he'll be exhausted.
Yeah, he's done a lot in the last little while, that's for sure. He's a very powerful skater in regards to the energy that he expends on the jumps particularly. And when they don't go well, they use up way more energy, and you get tired a lot faster in the program. And he had some challenges in this program. We'll take a look.
And I think now for Jarvis Ho, I know he's so desperate to get selected for Junior World, so there'll be the comparison with Yingrui Li, also from Hong Kong. Now he hopefully will have a little downtime to really assess, right, what definitively have I got to do? Not just skate cleanly, but what can I do with the likes of that triple lutz double toe to get more tech score?
Well, exactly. And when you take a look, there are 11 elements here. Well, 7 are under review. Why is that? If you got 7 elements under review, it's because you left some doubt in the minds of the technical panel. So that's what you need to first adjust one by one. Why are they looking at these elements? Might be under rotation, or it looks like it might be under rotation. Keep it nice and tidy and clean. Some spins here, probably positions or lean on that. So he's a little bit off center on, but he's a real fighter. Like, he hangs on to the landings.
And you can see from Jarvis now, he's such a nice guy. You get to see he looks ready for some good sleep, some good rest, some good nutrition, and a bit of a little break, and then come back giving us higher components, more tech score, or not more tech score, more GOE.
I was going to say it's kind of like ice.
Like
us, we're looking for.
We feel you, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're not going to give you more tech scores or anything like
No.
that. Or we're not going to give
Actually,
anybody
we're not
more
getting a rest. Hey, Jarvis, you're not going to Abu Dhabi. Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right, kidding. Just kidding.
No, and you can see he wears his heart on his shoulder, like, and as a lot of skaters do, but some are more visible with that, is they work so hard, try so hard, have so many expectations of themselves at the moment, and when they don't reach those expectations, you see the heart.
Yeah. And, even just one day, the practice earlier today, just one event, the skaters probably skate less at each competition than they do in practice, but the emotional exhaustion necessary is enormous.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Mark. I mean, physically, you get up in the morning, you take your time, you have breakfast, take the bus. It's not all physically difficult. And you get to the ice, you do warm-up, then you do practice. Okay, that's one practice. At home, you're probably doing 3-4 hours a day.
Way more.
Plus you're doing off ice, plus you're going to school. But it's the emotional exhaustion that comes along with competing, and your expectations and your constant busy mind. Can I? Will I? I hope I do. Those types of things.
Exactly.
That doubt that creeps in, it just sucks the energy out of it. Or let me rephrase that. Removes the energy from you. Let's take a look at the scores for Jarvis Ho, 105.71. That is first in the free program. Look, the coach is going, okay, look at that. With a total competition score of 156.17, and that'll put Jarvis currently into first place overall. As he bows his head and then shakes his head and then shows and then I'm not sure what you call that, but our final skater in Group 2, Aaron Kim from Korea.
Next skate representing the Republic of Korea.
Aaron Kim, such an expressive and engaging and charismatic skater, but needs to deliver technically with the jumps today too.
Yeah. He needs a 104.52 to take the lead going into the break. He'll skate to the great Frank Sinatra, My Way.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more, much step along the byway. More, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing. To think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. Look, it shows I took the blows and did it my way. Yes, it was my way.
Korea's Aaron Kim, whose relatively new
Wystąpił
coach
dla
Sean
Państwa
Rabbit had
reprezentant
explained that he
Korei
has something that you
Południowej,
just
Aaron
can't teach.
Kim.
He's got a charisma and a uniqueness in performance. But it's sometimes the athlete that has that sort of creativity and right brain aspect that struggles to align themselves with the left brain logic of the tech score.
That is really well said, because I was going to say that side, which brings such light to your
Oh, that's
performance
nice. Him and Jarvis Ho.
and light to your performance, can also cloud the other side, which is required from a technical perspective. Your passion for performance will override the logic of what you need to do technically. But you can adjust that in time. You can learn that. There's a triple
Yes.
loop as he starts with. And there's a triple Lutz, I believe, into the double toe loop. And so he had some good elements to begin with. And then he got a little bit, not here, triple flip double toe, got a little bit off. And you can see there's not a lot of flow in the landings here. And it's too far forward there. And then that's probably going to go, and let me just check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says 3 deduction, doesn't say fall though.
Yeah, I think on that second one was the
I
seventh
didn't take a look.
element.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, 3 falls, yeah. So, but here's the good news, is this young man has a passion to perform, and he's got this, performance soul in him. Does he control it and separate it from the sport aspect yet? In some times, but not fully. And that's part of the journey, part of the challenge that you have at this stage.
And you kind of hope with a skater like Aaron Kim, we want the best for every skater. There's no
Oh
doubt
yeah,
about
for
that.
sure we do.
But you want this skater to really find the right mental brain space to deliver the technical stuff, because he has so much to entertain us with, I think, from that performance aspect. But coming from a nation like Korea, he's got to deliver, he's got to find that mental groove and mental resilience to deliver the tech score to keep having these experiences.
Yeah, he's in a tough country in regards to the quality of skaters he has to compete against, right? Season best 96.44. That is fifth in the free program for Aaron Kim. And he has a total competition score of 148.10. And that will put Aaron Curtin to third place overall after 2 groups. Good boy, Mark. You're getting your video playback list. This is the first time you've actually had it ready.
No, that's quite surprising that I'm getting sharper.
Now you're having to wait for the image of the ice resurfacing. We take a look at the standings so far after 2 groups. There's Jarvis Ho in first place. Ilya Nesterov from Estonia and Aaron Kim from Korea. Your top 3 so far in the event. Okay, we're going to go to a break during the ice resurfacing. What are the video playbacks?
From our figure skating basics series, it'll be our short program versus free skate analysis. And then to the winner in Bangkok, Ryo Nakata, the junior world champion. And then finally, during this ice resurface, we can see our must-watch moments from the ISU Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok, Thailand.
Well, you're watching the men's free program and listening to Mark and Ted. But we're going to take a break. I hope you enjoy the videos. Welcome to the basics of skating.
And in this episode, we're going to delve into the differences between the short program and the free skate.
In the singles, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. There are 7 elements, 3 jumping passes, 3 spins, and 1 step sequence.
And in the ice dance competition, the short program equivalent is called the rhythm dance. 5 different elements, and this year the theme for the ice dancers is to skate to dance styles from the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s.
Now, let's not forget about the pair discipline as well. You're going to see a throw jump, a lift, side-by-side jumps, side-by-side spins, a death spiral, a lot of elements, very physical and dynamic and risky elements in the pair short program.
The free skates and the free dance for all the disciplines, longer, more elements, and generally immeasurably more exhausting.
No kidding, a long program now, 3.5 minutes for the juniors, 4 minutes for the seniors. In my day, it was 5 minutes, and that was very painful for the viewers, especially watching me.
So that concludes this episode of the Basics of Figure Skating. Stay tuned to find out more.
Here in Bangkok with the men's champion, Ryo Nakata of Japan, the world junior champion last season. 2 titles here this year on the Junior Grand Prix. Ryo, congratulations, first of all. And I wanted to ask you, are you a different skater or a different competitor now than you were last year? And if so, what is the difference?
Last year, my goal was to win in the final and the junior worlds, and I couldn't win the final. And I came strong back for the junior worlds. So this year I wanted to stay strong the whole season, keep going up, and I want to enjoy where I go and skate.
Yeah, well, you've done a fantastic job so far, and I know a lot of young skaters out there watching this interview perhaps look up to you and want to follow your career. And looking forward toward this year, now you've got 2 quads and you've got your triple axles. Is there anything between now and Junior Worlds coming a little bit later, or the Junior Grand Prix final in Nagoya? Is there anything that you're going to add or change?
For my final, I want to do 3 quads and 2 triple axles, and it's going to be in Japan, Grand Prix final. So I want to enjoy, and who supports me, I want to make them happy.
Now, does skating in Japan add more pressure for you?
Yes.
That's an honest answer. Yeah, well, that I'm sure it does, and everybody's going to be there cheering for you, no question. Now, I saw 2 brothers, your mom and your dad here.
Yes.
How special is the support that they give you as an athlete, especially your little brothers?
My family been supporting me from when I was young skating, and my brother was coming to skating always to watch me. So I want to say thank you to them, and my brother's skating, so it's my turn to support them.
Yeah, well, that's wonderful. You have a wonderful family. You're a fabulous skater, and you're going to be an inspiration to the next generation, but you've still got a long time in your career.
Yeah.
Champion here in Bangkok, Ryo Nakata of Japan.
Thank you.
Welcome to Bangkok and Mark and Ted's must-watch moments. It's been a really exciting competition, some brilliant skating. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The must-watch moment in the ice dance competition goes to America's Hannah Maria Aboyan and Daniil Valanov. Their Vogue rhythm dance was followed up by a Goddess of Victory Nike-inspired free dance, and they are hoping now with the win here to follow in the footsteps of their training mates Noemi Maria Tale and Noah Lapornara, who won gold at the Junior Grand Prix final and Junior World Championships last year. What about the women's event, Ted?
Mark, in the women, Mao Shimada of Japan once again takes the title here with brilliant skating. She did make 2 mistakes at the top of the program, but all the rest of her quality of skating makes her the very best in the world 3 times in a row, maybe 4 coming this season. Mark, what about the pairs?
The pairs must-watch moment goes to the champions from China, Rui Guo and Yiwen Zhang, who caused lots of excitement following their silver medal placement in Ankara 2 weeks ago, and they followed that up with the title in Bangkok and another wonderful quadruple twist.
In the men's event, Ryo Nakata of Japan, skating to Gladiator, lands 2 quads and his triple axels, dominated this event as he takes the title here and a trip to Nagoya for the Junior Grand Prix final.
My must-watch moment from the women's event has to go to Korea's Jeong-yul Hwang. She was competing in her 3rd series on the Junior Grand Prix, having never won a medal before, and the reaction that she and her coach Jin Seo Kim had to that bronze medal was just so endearing and gives us such a brilliant insight into what this means to the skaters and their teams.
My must-watch moment from Bangkok comes in the women's category. There were 36 entries, and the 36th skater in this event, Cisa Suyana Diaz Bermudez, is from Ecuador. She does not have coaches. She skates in Quito, her hometown, and works with coaches online from Mexico. Does not often get to see them in person. She skated to her music from her country and costumes related to her heritage. This was a special moment for her, and she was even injured on her way to get here, but she was so determined to represent her country on the Junior Grand Prix, and we see here the expansion of skating around the world. It's a special moment.
Rozpoczynamy rozgrzewkę trzeciej grupy zawodników. The following skaters may not take the ice for the warm-up. From the United States of America, Mallane. From Slovakia, Dmitry Rudenko. From Sweden, Elias Sayed. From Norway, Daniil Valanov. From Poland, Maciej Kimienko. From Czechia, Tadeas Vaclavik.
Welcome up, everyone, to Gdansk, Poland. The final day of competition, the men's free program on the ice right now, group number 3. I'm Ted Barton. Mark Hanruddy is beside me here and behind the judges in the Olivia Arena in Gdansk.
And we had some questions, and indeed I think you were right earlier when you ascertained that questions were sent through.
I was right. I just didn't want to challenge you.
Well, it was last night. We just didn't get round to them.
I paid attention.
Oh, he's on it. He's on it. Always on it.
Okay.
So questions that have come in, and thank you to those that have sent them. Question being, what is the scariest fall that you have had? Now, we should... I don't know if I want to share that.
Had or seen?
Had. I've got an absolute clanger on national television.
Clanger. That always sounds fun. But okay, go.
So I was skating with a celebrity skating partner. She was a politician. She'd run for the Mayor of London role. She was a lovely lady called Una King. Really delightful. And we were skating on the TV show, and we were skating out at the end of the show, and the skate off, the elimination at the end of the TV show. And we have to skate onto the ice, and we just agreed, as always, to do 3 strokes, left, right, left, bring our feet together and glide round to our start position. We did left, right, left, and she did another push and took my feet from underneath me, tripped me up, and my shoulder dislocated out of socket live on national television.
Lovely. Well, that's good. I mean, that's dramatic.
I mean, the reality TV company loved it, and then they had to fill live television time, scrambling to know what to say as I was ushered off the ice. I was mortified.
Wow.
I had my shoulder relocated, and then we went back out and skated.
Oh my gosh, you're my hero.
Thanks, man.
Okay,
but it did buy the TV show. It cost the TV show a very huge amount of money because it ate into the advert break. Anyway, I want to hear yours.
Okay, this is not a fall.
Okay.
This is a true story. So I'm in Ice Follies, and there's 10,000, 15,000 people in the audience, and I'm doing a pair number. And we're just in a sort of an oriental costume, and I go down to lift my partner, and I had a sort of a bad groin, and I had it bandaged with a tensor bandage wrapped around. And I went down to pick up my partner, and I flipped her up on my shoulder, but at the same time, my pants ripped from the back of the pants all the way to the front of the pants. Catch my drift. And so I'm gliding down the ice, but the bandage started to unravel. So what's wrapping around my leg was this bandage. And in my mind, I'm going, you have to be professional and finish the number. Well, I got off the ice, and the show director was there and said, "What are you doing?" Oh, I thought I was supposed to finish the number.
Oh, they wanted you to have cleared?
Yeah, they should have cleared. And so that was kind of embarrassing. It wasn't a fall, but it was an embarrassing moment. There
if anybody has the footage, footage of Ted.
No, that footage does not exist. But yeah, we've all had embarrassing moments while we skate or perform, or bad falls. Or I fell into the lighting boards, the footboards in the live show, and got up bravely and continued on, and then went to the hospital after.
Oh gosh.
Stuff like that. So. But I was in South America, so.
Oh wow, God, that was an experience.
Oh yeah.
Again, this is where I feel like we can give such empathy, both empathy to the skaters that we commentate upon, and encouragement, because one of my most embarrassing falls, bearing in mind, I've performed for a long time. I've done a lot of shows.
Yeah, you just finished last year. So.
Yeah. I was skating with a different celebrity partner. Now, normally, in the role of professional skating partner, you are the solid part of the pairing. And I was skating with a different celebrity partner who had cancer. She was skating with a stoma. An amazing lady. She was just so inspiring and a gorgeous human. And she was skating under very sad circumstances in her personal life. And I was there to support her. And I fell over doing a mohawk. And if you don't know what a mohawk is, you'll know it's probably the simplest thing that the skaters on the Junior Grand Prix are doing right now.
Was it on live TV?
And it was on live TV.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
that
you're
was quite
bringing
humbling.
reality TV to a new level.
Maybe, it's like fit for purpose. I was skating for reality TV drama purposes there. That's maybe how I'd been trained to skate. You're trained to skate for Junior Grand Prix competition, or you're trained to skate for reality
skating
TV.
starring.
Falling on Mohawks.
That sounds like a nice episode.
Which actually leads me to the next question, which should be the title of a film. The question comes from @Simone Vimo. What is your favorite skating movie?
Well, I have to say oh my gosh, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna say what is the Blades?
Blades of Glory?
Yeah, Blades of Glory. Why? I went there with my wife Diane and my good buddy Jamie and his wife, and we went into the theater and people going. And then I started watching the movie, and I was kind of mad when I first started to see it. This is so, it makes our sport look so bad and terrible and all that kind of stuff like that. And I sort of lightened up and took it in the context that it was built in. And that was, and it was so ridiculous that it was funny.
Yeah.
In the end of the day. And so I wouldn't say my favorite, but it's one that I laughed at.
Yeah.
After a while.
Well, there we go.
Sarah Kawahara.
Yeah.
Famous choreographer. She choreographed that movie.
I think she also was really involved in I, Tonya as well.
She was. I'll tell you about that later.
Oh, okay. Stay tuned. Talking about great choreographers, show choreographers, there's Cindy Stewart. She's responsible for some of the massive show productions.
There we go. Double fist pump. Our first skater in group number 3 represents the United States of America, Louis Mallane.
And Louis has the potential good program component scores, and they are just simulating some of the jump takeoffs that he needs for technical success as well.
And he'll skate the free program to Flying by Cody Fry.
America's Louis Mallane skating to a track that I haven't heard as readily Cody Fry is used regularly in our skating world, but the track flying was really beautiful, and he's a beautiful skater suiting the music.
Yeah, you know what? This is the second time I've seen him in the short program, of course. I love this young man's jumping style. Not only that, the rest of his skating as well. But he didn't have a great skate today. It was a good skate, but not a great skate. But his technique is very solid, flexible. And he's strong. He's down at his knees. There's the double axel, great flow, good extensions. There's a 3-turn into a 4 inside edge, and here's the triple lutz. That's awesome, triple lutz into triple toe loop. Unfortunately, he's on a lean, under-rotated, took the fall. But if you remove the mistakes away from it and look at the basic mechanics, it's really strong. On this day, probably a little bit too far forward on this landings, close to the toe pick, so he didn't carry a lot of flow. But the takeoffs and the rotation, really, really nice. He's a good jumper, good skater. He's hoping for a little bit better skate, but I think he's got many more to come in the future.
And Louis, another one of many skaters representing the United States of America, given this opportunity to experience the Junior Grand Prix, and he's here with Cindy Stewart, as I mentioned, but his coach Amy Evident is in Kazakhstan. She's at the Dennis 10 Memorial Competition, and I'm sure she's proudly watching, maybe in between events, as she supports other athletes.
Yeah, we've talked about how busy the coaches are and how much they don't get the type of public relations or notoriety or,
Recognition?
Just recognition that they deserve. And there's so much that goes into a figure skating coach. We don't talk about it enough. We do. We'll talk about it more as our year progresses, because they're pretty extraordinary people.
And indeed, for Louis Mallane, Coach Amy, Jonathan Cassara also listed, but I'm sure a whole number of other coaches developmentally getting into this point too, and now those experienced, illustrious coaches taking him hopefully on from this experience as learning opportunity to the next stage of development for him.
You can see he's still wearing that big smile, just enjoying the moment, and maybe wanting to have had his perfect, clean skate that everyone pursues. But the experience has been a good one, and he's such a good skater. 104.26 for Louis. That's second in the free program with a total competition score of 157.61 as he takes the lead.
Louis Mallane from the United States of America has earned total 157.61 total points. He's currently in the first place.
Cindy, happy? Good to see.
Our next skater represents Slovakia, Dmitry Rudenko.
And Dmitry, having edited his own music, is hoping to use that as the muse for achieving the Junior World's minimum technical element score, which is one of his goals for this competition.
Is this correct? He's skating to Goo Goo Dolls by Iris.
Love
Well,
Slovakia's Dmitry Rudenko. And I was just looking up at the screen to check in with that
Dmitry
minimum
Rudenko,
technical element score for
Slovakia.
Dmitry. He needs 80 points to secure the entry for Junior Worlds, and he had 27.47 points from his technical element score in the short program, so he needs 52.5 points from his free skate in which to achieve that. As there we see him greeted by his choreographer Peter Beiler. His coach Mikayel is in Czechia because other students are taking tests, so he's supporting them.
He's close to it, but should change a little bit. There's the double axel up into the triple toe loop. Was well done. Good strong back on the landing. There's the triple flip way back on the heel. Has to flip out of that. And the triple lutz a little bit later. That was nicely aligned.
This loop was nice.
Yeah, this was a beauty. Down on the knees, straight up in the air. Good distance in the air. Up into the double axel. Arms are in. Feel like he folds.
And those grades of execution defined by different criteria, effortlessness being one, and I feel like that ticked the box for that as we look back at some of the spins for Dmitry. And having seen the little mistakes that happened for him in that performance and seeing a technical score currently just above 50 points, he is perilously close to what he aspires to achieve this season.
Perilously means bad. No, you mean he's positively close. I'm not sure if it'll go perilously close. He is close. Oh, he's going to fall. He's going to fall a bit short on that score. Jeez.
But when we consider, just a few different elements, a few different mistakes, it's totally within Dmitry's reach.
Yep, for sure.
And then he will, I'm sure beyond this event, Dmitry, having competed last week as well, will get the chance to regroup with Mikayel, his coach, and choreographer Peter, and Matej Novak as well. Lots of influences positively supporting him to push forward for the rest of the season.
Well, 102.94 is his season's best, and this is a 102.57. That is third in the free program, with a total competition score of 156.22, and that'll put him second overall for the moment.
He is currently in the second place.
Here's a look at our next skater, representing Sweden, Elias Sayed.
And hopefully Elias Sayed taking motivation and inspiration from his training mate, Alyssa Lengyelova, who was second in the women's competition, to use that to his advantage and motivating him now for his free skate.
And he'll skate to Notre Dame de Paris.
Sweden's Elias Sayed completes his free skate. Such a passionate, strong piece of music, Notre Dame de Paris, and Elias absolutely had the conviction to give to it, particularly some of the choreo sequence towards the closing stages of that 3.5-minute performance. But unfortunately for Elias, just an uncomfortableness with so many of the jumps that we'll see 7 of the elements be reviewed by the technical panel. Hopefully they will err on the side of positive reactions, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, they're working away. You've got 2, 4, 6, 7 of those elements being investigated, if you will.
And as we look back at this, the triple lutz, he was so close.
He got that free leg around just in time to get the double toe loop done. So we take a look at the triple loop. And that's clean of the system, wasn't reviewed. That's okay, here we go. Another triple lutz. And that looked good, yeah. Or they're reviewing it right at the moment, pardon me.
Well, I suppose interestingly, as we consider what happens from the technical panel now and we look at this flying camel, I'm viewing Elias Sayed with an expectation of him having really high scores, because I think he's capable, as we see those unders there on the triple-triple, of pushing 120 plus. But actually, the skate that's just been delivered, dependent on what is subsequently submitted by the panel, could be in contention with his best from Istanbul 2 years ago, and that was 115.8. But I do believe that so much of what he has to offer could push 120, 130, because he's got quality skating skills, good ice coverage, good flow.
Yeah, it's all he's on the cusp of just making big progress here. If he can get a little bit more airtime in those jumps to clear them, because he's got 3 jumps that are under-rotated, so he's losing some points there. Plus, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the elements are in the minus GOEs. That's okay. I mean, that's part of the process. You're building towards, getting all positive GOEs and not making any mistakes from the landings.
But this is a skater that is in a different category of component score, so he having higher composition mark than any of the others, and that testament to what we saw in the likes of the closing sections, where he was more musically mindful and emphatic in his movement, appropriate to what was listened to.
Yeah, and it's where you want to equalize both technical. Some are technically minded and they're behind in the program components. In this case, he is program component stronger perhaps by a little bit. Yeah, he is, because technical elements are around 51.67, his PC's around 58, so he's separation of 7 points. You kind of want to have that equal positively, if you will.
And that's a discussion point that I think will be the future of skating, is perhaps program component scores have to be more heavily weighted, as so many of the skaters increase their planned program content technically, and that number has to increase.
Yeah, good point.
Thanks.
Might. There we go. 109.59, season's best for Elias Sayed from Sweden. That is first in the free program. He has a total competition score of 164.51, as he, at this point, takes the lead.
Elias Sayed from Sweden has earned a total 164.51 total points. He's currently in the first place.
Our next skater represents Norway, Daniil Valanov.
And Daniil, such success in the short program 2 days ago, the first Norwegian skater to land a triple axel in competition. Norwegian skating history made.
And he will skate the free program to I Won't Complain and Cornerstone by Benjamin Clementine.
It's a wonderful life, a wonderful life. Traversing tears from the heavens. My heart is a melodram of fact. Set alight by echoes of pain, 24/7, 24/7. I dream, I smile, I walk just as yesterday. But I won't complain. No, I won't complain. Oh, my good days are far gone. They'll surely come back one more. So I won't complain. No, no. I'm alone in a box of stone. When all is said and done, as the wind blows to the east from the west, onto this bed my tears have their solemn rest. I'm lonely, alone in a box of stone. They claim to love me, but they're lying. I've been lonely, alone in the box of mine. And this is the place I now belong.
Well, you can see what it means to Daniil Valanov and what it does for Norwegian men's skating. As I said before, he performed history-making. And Kristina Suntem, his coach, and Yuri Samonov have done so much to support this young man, and they will be beyond delighted as Kristina greets him off the ice. And she wanted him to skate to this music, and she said the track I Won't Complain is Daniil's choice, as it's about him. Strong character and a lack of complaint.
A really good jump technique and triple axel at the top of the program. That is in the system clean. Then the triple left, triple toe loop. Straight, strong back. You need that. It'll save so many elements that go off a little bit. And he has that. Even though he had some trouble a little bit on landings, he can point his toe and stretch his foot, all those details. But his back and his posture is very strong and helpful throughout his program.
And when we saw Daniil compete in Riga 5 weeks ago in the first stage of the Junior Grand Prix, I remember thinking that the potential was very, very evident, but the reality was a score that was low. This score, with that technical element plan, is I'd love to just do a study who in their 2 Junior Grand Prix can have the biggest increase, and this from Daniil and the team could well be one of the biggest jumps from one event to another.
Well, that's sort of giving the score away, isn't it?
Giving it away.
From what we see at the moment, he's going to be, it looks, oh look, he's sort of praying and waiting and anxiously wanting to see the score to get the reward for what he felt was his best performance this season so far. Season's best, 116.73. I think he improves.
25 points higher.
Yeah, that's the first of the free program with a 174.77 total competition score. He takes the lead, Daniil Valanov of Norway.
Oh, it makes me so happy to see that joy.
Great job. Great joy.
Woo-woo.
Fun.
There's our next competitor representing this country, Poland, Matvey Yefimenko.
And you can hear the reaction in this hall for Matvey. He's using same free skate as last season.
He'll skate to Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. Beautiful piece. Mark, these are wonderful moments in the skater's career when you've trained so hard and you have this dream and you have this vision, not about the result, but about the skate itself, that you can feel entirely in control and at peace. And I wonder if the choice of the music really helped him through this program as he skated to Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. It was calm, it was collected, it was pretty, it was beautiful. He was right on his game here.
Yeah, and I just love his triple lutz technique. And it's interesting, Matvey, just taking the time to absorb the audience and the support here. And he's done always so well at Polish events. His best scores coming from Warsaw Cup. He did well the past 2 seasons at this event. Just luscious triple lutz.
Yeah, and he was solid and lined up in the air and all his jumps. Look at that double axel. Flew across the ice. Great height, good speed on the landing. And here is a look at the triple flip. Again, organized, straight in the air, easy rotation, soft knees on the landing. Let me speed that one up. There's a triple lutz, holds the free leg to get back, does a triple toe. He was really patient throughout this program. Didn't rush and panic on anything. Triple flip, Euler, triple sock out. Yeah, and the second triple lutz was a beauty.
Yeah, better than the first probably, and more sustained in the landing, so forcing those judges with the creative execution. And now for Matvey, as we see some of the spins, what's next? The double axel is so good in its quality. I'm sure triple axel is under construction. As Dorota Siudek joins him, and you could see her former European medalist in pairs supporting and applauding him throughout the performance.
And she just jumped in his arms when he came off the ice. She was so thrilled, and you know, she's reserved in some ways and wears her heart on the sleeve in others, and they've done such a great job. And probably exhausted after today with her son skating, and their other students as well. What a beautiful program this is for Matvey. Let's take a look at his free program scores, 117.73. Look at him. He goes, oh, wow, that's first in the free program with a total competition score of 176.37. And I don't think that smile will leave his face at any time soon. There you go. That's a moment. That elusive, clean program. You pour your soul into it. You fall 1,000 times. But when it comes together, you understand why you did it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Our next skater represents Czechia. Tadeas Vaclavik.
Tadeas, pretty fresh from that amazing 5th place result in Ankara. But good skate in the short program here.
Skating to Concerto for Piano and Orchestra by Rachmaninoff.
Tadeas Vaclavik kind of struggling through the pre-skate, but I think a skater, well trained, everything is right. It's just
Yeah, and you know, I'm not sure. Okay, struggling. I think he made some errors. I don't know how much he struggled through it. Like, he did step out. Let me look at this again. I'm gonna take the Lutz. Okay. And then the loop. That's on the quarter. Okay, a couple of the things that he did have some mistakes too, but he also had some good flow.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 9 of the 11 were in a negative grade of execution, but not by a massive amount. It just was a tough skate, as opposed to what he offered when he competed last on the Junior Grand Prix and he had that wonderful 5th place result. But like you say, there's flow, there's potential there, that triple flip, an indication of the quality that he possesses. He doesn't have enough skating skill prowess or enough to be helped by the PCS on this occasion.
No, that's true. That's true. He had a couple step outs. So he still skated well technically. Not his best, for sure. But you're right. He doesn't have yet enough in the PCs to make up for a mistake technically.
And when those little mistakes creep in, then it has to impact upon the judges' second mark too. But today, he's from a school and a group that are producing really good quality skating, and I believe that environment. Again, I mentioned Alyssa Lengyelova. He trains alongside Lengyelova and his brother, Lukasz Vaclavik, as well. His brother's brought great success for Slovakian skating, and so the future is definitely, he's in the environment that will be conducive to success moving forward.
And you can see, he's frustrated with the few mistakes that he made in that program. He wants clean.
Yes. And the blessing and the curse, if you're in an environment with other great skaters, then the standard with which you hold to yourself is higher.
But you know what? It's not a bad thing. If you're going to be really good and find your way to being the best you can be and doing what you're capable of under the moment of pressure, you have to strive to be higher and be better. If you're a little bit disappointed in yourself, it's going to push you a bit further, perhaps. 103.50, that is 6th free program for Tadeas Vaclavik. 163.47, that'll put him overall for the moment into 4th place.
He's currently in the 4th place.
We take a look at the standings so far after 3 groups and get introduced to group number 4, taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up mark. Do we have any questions?
Well, we have some questions that were remaining from yesterday. And this comes from Atke Baranovska, which I think is Kira Baranovska, which I think is a Latvian skater that we've seen on the...
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not sure. It could be...
I think it's Kira.
Yeah, so hello, thank you. And the question from that handle, if it is who we think it is, what is the most difficult thing about your job for you?
As he looks over at me, he's like, don't say getting a word in edgewise.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything particularly difficult because it's not a physical job.
No.
I think both Mark and I wear our heart on our shoulders quite a bit, and we support as best we can because we're fathers and we understand and we went through what these kids are going through.
Yeah, true.
And we've gone through to a certain degree what the parents are going through. So I think the most difficult part is we want every skater to have great joy. But we understand that even on a bad day, there's the joy of skating. And that bad day is going to turn into a good day, which brings even more joy of skating. So although the skater doesn't know that because you're young, I didn't know that. I just, I was mad when I was mad, right?
Yeah.
So it was what it was. But that's the hard part, is just wanting for every kid to have that pure joy. Now, other than that, okay, maybe a 15-hour day is a bit harder, but we still have fun together. If I decided to do this by myself like I used to do, that's harder.
Yeah.
But it's fun now.
One of the things for me I wouldn't say it's difficult necessarily, but a challenge and something that I worry about when doing this job as commentator, lots of little things, making sure that I'm really comfortable with all of the rules so that we represent the sport and how it is judged. And then another thing that I worry about a little bit in this job is knowing as much as is possible about the skater, because whilst it is important for us to commentate upon the delivery of what they give in this event, we are here employed to commentate on the figure skating taking place in Gdansk. But I'm really keen to know more about the story of the humans, because when the skaters don't skate well, I'd love to know, a little bit more about them, perhaps to justify some of those skates. We have, fortunately, as you said, the experience of being international skaters. We have been, international coaches and choreographers. We have those experiences from which we can draw upon, but we don't know the personal life of all the skaters, and it's impossible to do that. But, well, if the questions come from a skater, that's my green light to say, please feel able to share us your stories so that we can represent you as humans, not just as two men that have experienced a life of ice skating.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. And I think that the researcher, we don't have a researcher. That's why we're asking. And I think we need to find a better system to provide the athlete with the opportunity to send us some of their background, some of the fun things about them. I did that already with the Americans and the Canadians, and I sent this survey out, and I got some really cool answers about what inspired them on the ice. What do they love about competition? Quite often they talk about, I have a love-hate relationship with the fear. But the fear turns into joy, and it turns into exhilaration, So their descriptions of things in their life about the sport, I love that. We need to do more of that. So I think we can improve what we do by getting more from the athletes. And that's our challenge a little bit. Okay. I hope we answered that question.
I think so. I hope so.
Well, okay, we have. You know what that means? Move on.
And so now we're heading into the penultimate group. Two more groups of skaters left in Gdansk at this second to last Junior Grand Prix of the 2025-2026 season. And we see more of the skaters who have finished their competitions returning to the venue to support the others. And that's particularly wonderful. And we're really grateful to those that have come back. And for some of the athletes, it is a prerequisite from their team. There are some teams that really do, without forcing it upon the athletes, really make sure that the skaters are mindful of the team event. And indeed, in this Olympic year, that's something that maybe the skaters have to be increasingly mindful for in their future, because there will be a team event in Milano at the Olympic Games, and skaters will be increasingly more aware of working as a team to succeed together.
Yeah, a great national team, whether it's junior or senior, you start to skate not only for yourself and your family, you also skate for your teammates. If you don't have that team, then you skate for the island by yourself. And so, when you have that team support, when you have had a bad skate and your friends and teammates come and support you, it means everything. You have a great skate, you celebrate with them as well. So team is critical, and I think you'll see in the stands some of the...
Yes. And we were just talking about how we as commentators try to represent the skaters, and we draw upon our experience as skaters and coaches, but the team of athletes that the skaters on screen are with, there's nobody more empathetic to their current relevant experience, because whilst you and I might have competed and been stressed as they are now, centuries ago we didn't have the different kind of pressures and expectations of what it's like to be a teenager now. We didn't compete with social media. We didn't compete with, we talked about today that ISU is implementing a safeguarding of athletes for online harassment. We didn't have that. I had commentary harassment from commentators, but anyway.
I was lucky to get commentated on. It was television, but not as much coverage as you want to have. Anyways, as they start to clear the ice for group number 4, 2 more groups to come as we finish out Gdansk in week number 6 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. And there is a skater that you would know about, representing Great Britain, Mr. Lloyd Thomson.
Lloyd, competing in his second Junior Grand Prix, was within the top 10 in Ljubljana, Slovenia last year. Just shaking off the nervous energy that he must have. We saw him struggling a little bit with the triple axel in the warm-up just now, hoping he can dig deep and use that in this his free skate.
He'll skate to Canto della Terra.
Solo quale che istante
Mark, this young man is a really, really nice skater. You can feel his soul sing with the music and with his movement. Really nice.
And I think, you know, when we were talking in the warm-up about wanting to know more of the backstory of the skaters, for me with Lloyd Thomson, what's so brilliant here from a British ice skating perspective is it is a skater who is quadding. And there is no British man, to my awareness, that has internationally landed quad jumps. And no, Lloyd did not do it on this occasion, but he's got 2 quads in practice. And so for British ice skating, this is an amazing, you know, future potential to really get behind and get excited about. And for me, I'm excited as we see this quad salto attempt. And also what's got to be noted is that Lloyd had a difficult warm-up. We saw him pop this axle here. That was happening in the warm-up. But what he did not do is let up on the passionate commitment. He had split jumps in both directions in this program. That's unique. And his performance value, there was no let up. He was committed.
He was accelerating throughout the program, kept the speed of the flow up, and just forgot about what happened behind him and looked towards the future as he does the triple lutz, triple toe beautifully. Another triple lutz, hands above the head, too far forward. He has to break down, put the hands down on the ice. There's that reverse split jump. Slide down the ice and recognizing the music at the moment.
Yeah, and I think there was a skater that was, you know, technically, I remember seeing little clips on social media, you know, years ago, thinking, oh my goodness, this is a very young skater in the UK that's doing multiple triple jumps. That's not as common in the UK, but he was known then as a triple jumper, and now he's a quad jumper, but also an increasing artist with passion. Look at the passion here at the ending. And talking about passion, his coach, Natalie Dallas, she was a very passionate skater as well, so he's got very, very good influence there from Natalie.
Oh, really? Good.
Sorry, I was just going to say also, I know that, you know, Natalie, they work in a rink where there's nobody doing that kind of stuff or less people doing that kind of stuff. So not everybody comes from the same environment, not everybody has the same resources. These two are working really hard to push each other to greater.
Perfect. 107.27 for Lloyd Thomson. That is 4th in the free program with a total competition score of 166.37, and that'll put Lloyd currently, for the moment, into 3rd place. Beautiful skater, wonderful flow, wonderful speed, lots of emotion, good technique, good fast rotation. Work still to be done, but he's well on his way.
Next to skate, representing China, Yingrui Li.
Yingrui Li, representing China.
Just 15 years of age, like so much more mature.
114 points, .62. He'll take the lead if he can top that score as he will skate to I Am What I Am.
China's Yingrui Li, to the delight of the great pair skaters from China that have been so successful here yesterday. And he joins now a very strong group of Chinese men. Tong Tian was 4th in Varese, Boren Lu 6th in Baku last week, and Yingrui Li now doing enough, I believe, to push himself into the top 10 at a Junior Grand Prix, and that competition domestically that those three men have between them is going to just push forward ever more. And a good example, Ted, of actually no triple axel here, but quality being better than that which we've seen from the others.
Yeah, no, it was really good going. Look at the speed up into that triple flip, the flow of the landing up into the triple toe, good strong back, good positions. Beautiful speed up into that triple loop. That was so easy into the double toe loop. He was under control mostly on all the takeoffs, and you notice the posture, the straight, strong back on the takeoff, in the air, and on the landing. well, we just let him go. Just, as he reels off all those technical elements, so that's going to help his score a lot.
And each of the jumping passes that we saw followed up with a really strong use of the edge to pull out and accelerate away from the jump. So although he doesn't have the 8-point triple axel element in his repertoire, he does deliver good quality.
125.85 for Yehor Li of China. That's first in the free program. Wow. Total competition score of 187.61 as he takes the lead. It seems that every skater up is taking the lead, taking the challenge.
61 total points. He is currently in the first place.
There's our next skater. Representing Canada, Edward Vasii.
Representing Canada, Edward Vasii.
Edward, in his final junior season, he has explained that he will be trying a quad for the first time in his free skate. Remains to be seen whether or not he will deliver that. But skating to November Rain by Guns N' Roses.
Edward Vasii of Canada, a free-spirited, wonderful performer, as we saw here today. Some trouble with some of the technical elements, Mark. But he has his own style. He's his own person.
Absolutely, and I love the energy to the finish from Edward. And he explained that trying the quad for the first time in his free skate is a huge stepping stone for this skater. And he's obviously at 19 years of age, looking towards seniors and looking towards content that will have him competitive at that rank as well. And based on what we've seen from him so far, this, although not perfect, far from perfect, there's still so much more from him to come. This is better than what he had at Cranberry Cup. He had 117 points at Cranberry Cup, so stepping on in the right direction.
Yeah, when this young man puts it all together, that free spirit is a blessing, but it also can be a little bit of a curse and loss of concentration in the few seconds that you spend in the air on the jump as to when to check out. So the technique is so good. It's just the checkout. Sometimes there's that quad south. Good attempt outside the circle on the takeoff, and that was a problem for the landing. The triple axel gets that really back just in time to get up at the toe loop. Great work on that. That wasn't easy.
There's a redeeming double toe loop of the triple axel.
Exactly. And here is the second triple axel. He has to work really hard there to get that free leg back into a choreographic made up
reverse
at the moment.
power.
Yeah, exactly. He's a very good technician, just a little bit inconsistent at time on the landings to nail them for a positive GOE. But look at this. He's powerful, he's dramatic, he's exciting to watch.
It's really fast twitch, you know, really sharp and energetic, particularly in his presentation as well. Even more so than some of the jumping passes. Zoom.
There you go, and see that. He's an exciting skater, really is. And
that little signal from Coach Yvan Desjardins to the students that they have at home that are watching and tuning in. It was something to do with their clean run-throughs he was explaining, but it just shows you that Yvan is definitely are both so invested in their students, not just here, but also at home, never their mind away from the support of their skaters.
Let's look at the score for Edward, 121.97, that is second in the free program. With a total competition score of 185.74, that will put him overall for the moment into second place. He's exciting, and he's his own person. Much more to come from that skater as we take a look at our next competitor representing Lithuania, Luka Imedashvili.
And it's just a masterclass in musicality from this very accomplished pianist as well, Luka Imedashvili.
He'll skate the free program here in Gdansk to take 5. Sing, 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 sing. This young man goes on my list. I love this young man. What a great skater. What a great performer. What a great program.
Yeah, Luka Imedashvili, and I remember so fondly his performance here at the Solidarity Cup last year in Gdansk and being blown away by the skate that he had then. And a wonderful short program and a wonderful free skate too. As I think skater on screen, very excited. Some very loud vocal support there for Luka.
And Luka feels every phrase, every beat. It comes out in every choreographic move that he has. And it's not because he was told to do it. It's because he feels he needs to do it right to the music. He's like an instrument himself.
And what's I love Take 5 as a piece of music, but it's a very unique time signature, 5/4. And not many skaters, they might like the melody, but they don't understand the musicality and the timing of the music. And that's the judge's job for musical sensitivity and timing. The judges need to understand that timing to reward it because he understood it.
Those triple jumps, huge air time, soft knees on the landing. Just the quality of all of this is beautiful. As I take a look, everything's in the plus GOEs except for one. Yeah, there.
This was wonderful. This is one of the best choreo sequences that I've seen because of the content, the multi-directional skating, and then this little 1-foot axel. Whee! Love that. And the Lithuanian Skating Federation had explained that he's working quads in practice, so he's obviously mindful of what's necessary from a technical perspective to move forward, but obviously electing not to do that now, just to deliver the clean skate. And now working with his first coach, Lyudmila Tkachenko.
What a joyful skater. What a joyful person. You can see that he just loves to be out there. Just loves it.
And proud to represent Lithuania.
So he should be. And we're going to see a lot of great performances from him in the years to come, I'm sure. Different pieces of music. He's emotional, and he's good, and he's got a lot more to deliver. Season's best, 120.53, and he goes, that's pretty cool. Yay, I'm third of the free program with a total competition score of 184.86. And that'll put him overall into third place.
He did his job.
Yep. And he looks happy, so do the coaches.
He's currently in the third place.
That was fun. Our next skater represents Finland, Matias Lindfors.
And talking of skaters, the entertainers, Matias Lindfors, just an artist. I can't wait to watch this.
Yeah, this is going to be special, I hope, and we wish him all the best technically, but he will skate the free here in Gdansk to Dune. Well, Mark, if there was a way to measure the energy output of a skater in a program, I think he would be the top, because every piece of choreography, both emotionally from internally within him and all the detail between the elements, is exhausting.
Yeah.
I think his program is incredible. And that was a pretty good skate for me. A couple of mistakes here or there, but a much better program.
Well, interestingly, in the short program, Matias had the 4th highest composition component score. For me, it was the best. And he is, so great with the composition, thanks to, in part, his sister Monica Lindfors, the choreographer. And, the Dune program by Olivia Smart and Tim Deek was arguably the most popular program of last season. There are a few that could take this music and deliver it as well as they did, but Matias Lindfors and choreographer Monica, I think, definitely capable.
He opens it with a double axel Euler triple Salchow, and he had a good start, and a number of the elements were really good. Beautiful triple Lutz up into the triple toe loop, a little bit rough on the landing, maybe a lot rough, but then the triple loop a little bit later.
I'd love to see him lengthen those landings.
Yeah, and when you take a look at the energy, look, he has to get up and continue on with the music. So he's going to be tired near the second half of the program, and so sometimes those technical elements start to suffer because of the fatigue, because of the extensive choreography. I'm not criticizing, I'm just analyzing. No. It's hard for him. But it's hard for anyone.
For me, like the brilliance of the collaboration with his sister on this choreography, which I think is arguably some of the best in the juniors and seniors, it's almost like I want to be in the training rig as a fan, cheering him on in the run-throughs to keep pushing so that he can get the stamina to give this program the respect it deserves globally. And the short program, I love that too.
Well, I didn't want the program, I just want him to get it, because he is so darn good. He's invested in every program he does. He really is. I think, whether other people give the choreography or not, I think I wonder how much he adds to it.
Yeah.
He probably does. Or he understands what he's been giving, by the choreographer. He's probably a choreographer's dream to work with. I don't know. And
then for the parents to know that they have a working relationship as brother and sister.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
I mean, that's just amazing.
Mom and dad are at home going, that's our kids there on the couch.
And I mean, that mom and dad have been through so much, because his 3 older sisters were all competitors. Sister Viveka was the European bronze medalist in 2019. They must have been run through the mill with the stress of their skaters.
Yeah, jeez.
But the pride, huge.
Absolutely. 122.60, that's second in the free program for Matias Lindfors from Finland, with the total competition score. There it is, 188.52 as Matias takes the lead. One skater to go in group number 4. Good job. We always enjoy, even on your tough skates, we enjoy watching you skate and watching you perform.
So much.
Yeah. Our next skater represents Ukraine, Yehor Kurtsev.
And Yehor, just outside the top flight after the short program, who's struggling with the triple axel on the warm-up. Wishing him well now.
He'll skate the free program to Age of Heroes.
Well, it shouldn't be a huge surprise to see Yehor Kurtsev in this position in the free skate. He was 7th in Riga, but this, as we see the champions in the ice dance event cheating him on, even better, the quad toe. Well, it's under review now, but it was under-rotated in Riga. I thought it was clean here. It's come in as a cue, but just amazing technical competence.
No, that was a solid skate, and not only because he landed the jumps, he landed them well. He rotates so quickly off the pick on the flip and the lutz and the toe, and so quickly off the edges as well. And he was just on a mission and protected by angels, and he just couldn't make a wrong move in this program technically.
And what a stark contrast to Matias Lindfors. Here's the quad toe.
Oh, that looked pretty good to me.
Yeah.
What do we know? Yeah, they have a different angle. No, they have a different angle, so that's what it is. There's the triple axel.
And as I said, I saw him pop maybe 2 or 3 of those in the warm-up, but managing to do it when it counts.
Yeah, that's all that matters, eh? Warm-up means nothing if you can do this when it counts. Triple flip a little bit later, all the way around, up into the double axel. Takes time, keeps the flow going all the way up into the second double axel. This is the triple loop. And one more triple lutz later in the program gets that done as a clean technical jump program. And change combination spin level 4 right at the end of the program. So his personal best, his season's best, is 127.43. Now that's his personal best as well. I think he'll be happy with it.
Yes.
What do you think?
Absolutely. And, you know, for Yehor now, moving forward, this brilliant skate now, he needs to co-align with Matias Lindfors.
And is this going to be enough? I mean, is it possible? Possible. I don't know how many points he's behind here. Let's see.
And as he shows the colors of his flag, good to know that I should continue to give additional financial support to Ukrainian athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to them for many support that they're providing now for athletes around the world. Let's take a look. 136.22. That is the season's best. That is first in the free programs. I think he just said, oh my God. He didn't move. Total competition score 202.14. Yehor Kurtsev from Ukraine takes the lead. Great job. Congratulations. Pretty calm. Okay, Mark, we have an ice resurfacing. We'll take a look at the standings so far after 4 groups, with final group coming up not only in this event, but for Gdansk in week number 6 on the Junior Grand Prix. Mark, what video playback do we have?
So during this final ice resurface, you can see an insight into the new ISU official sportswear provider from Peliot, and then to the winner's interview from Baku last week, Minkyu So, and finally, our must-watch moments from that event last week.
Well, we hope you enjoy the video playback. We're going to step away and take a short break during the ice resurfacing, and we hope you'll join us back for the final group here in Gdansk. We'll be back right after this.
Here in Gdansk, Poland, Ted and I are delighted to be wearing clothing by Peliot, the ISU's official sportswear provider through 2030.
They announced that in Beijing at the Skate to Milano competition. We got this new gear, love it. It is light, it is warm. I've got beautiful gloves on, the jacket is fantastic. You've got the rain gear on as well, Mark.
Yes, and it totally aligns with the ISU's Vision 2030 as well, so we couldn't be happier to be wearing this amazing gear.
Welcome to nature, Peliot and the ISU. Here in Baku with the men's champion, Minkyu Seo from Korea. Minkyu, congratulations, first of all. It's not your best performance, perhaps. You added the quad this year into that program. How did you feel?
Kosal was good in Korea, but not here.
And for your next competition, going to the Junior Grand Prix final in Nagoya, will you add that quad salchow also in that competition?
I will be landing to the Kosal next competitions.
Well, congratulations on adding the quad to your program, no question, but your skating skills and the rest of your program is so excellent. Just congratulations, and we wish you the very best in moving forward. The champion here in Baku.
Here are Mark and Ted's must-watch moments from the 5th stage of the Junior Grand Prix in Baku, Azerbaijan. In the women's event, Korea's Yoo Sung Kim came into this event following disappointment in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment where she finished in 5th place, but here she took gold and now puts herself in contention for her 3rd repeat as a Junior Grand Prix finalist. What about the men's, Ted?
Well, thanks, Mark. In the men's event, Minku Seo of Korea wins his 2nd Junior Grand Prix event, skating to Genesis Symphony Part 3 by Muse. He won both the short and free. He fell in the quad sow in the free program, but cleaned the rest of the way. A smooth, wonderful, beautiful skater. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to France's Ombre Perrier-Giannassini and Samuel Blanc-Klapperman. They were the favourites coming into this event and they absolutely delivered, and now they're likely to have secured their place in Nagoya, Japan at the Junior Grand Prix final.
My extra must-watch moment from Baku, Sofia Nekrasova from Estonia. She skated a snowstorm number 4 Romance, sophisticated and charming, and she has a very, very bright future.
My must-watch moment goes to Belgium's Denis Kruvlov. His achievement in winning a silver medal in Baku is the first time that a Belgian man has won a Junior Grand Prix medal in almost a quarter of a century. His skating was quality, as were his jumps, and I can't wait to see him compete again in 2 weeks' time in Abu Dhabi.
Zapraszamy na rozgrzewkę ostatnią grupę zawodników. The following skaters may not take the ice for the warm-up. From the United States of America, Farrington.
Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk and the final group in the men's free program on the final day of competition, week number 6. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty as we take a look at the starting list for the final group. You can see the short program scores on the right side and the placement as well. Mark?
I was just thinking of the skaters that we're seeing now taking to the ice. We saw their practice this morning, and there were quadruple jumps plenty in practice. And it now will be a very exciting event as we head ever closer to the Junior Grand Prix final. And interestingly, next week in Abu Dhabi, we have 3 silver medalists and 2 bronze medalists on the Junior Grand Prix coming up against one another.
Yeah,
so
that's going to be really exciting next week. And some of these skaters are going to be sitting at home watching that to see what happens to them.
Exactly, and
you know what
implications.
happens there.
We'll be delighted to see that Matias Lindfors will be back in Abu Dhabi. He's going to skate next week as well. So looking forward to seeing that artist compete again.
That's great. And I think that is just a reminder that Abu Dhabi is sort of breaking history, if you will, for the ISU. It's the first international competition from the ISU that will be in the Middle East and will be hosted in Abu Dhabi, and we are excited to visit that part of the world. All of us sort of never have really been there, and I know the rink looks pretty good it's in a mall, but it looks pretty good. There's seating capacity there, but it's all going to be new.
Very exciting, really exciting. And talking about the novelty of having a Junior Grand Prix in another event, there's as part of the ISU's new communication and the most recent decisions of the council, there's a new hosting model. So the ISU Council reviewed the rollout of the ISU's new event hosting and bidding model, which was launched in September. And that will apply to events from 2027 season through to 2032. And that's, for events and nations to bid for some of the championships, and that's really exciting to consider where, moving forward, the figure skating illustrious stages will take place globally, and look forward to seeing how that unfolds.
Wouldn't it be interesting to have a competition in South America?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how long it'll take for that. I've been to a Junior Grand Prix in Mexico City.
Yeah.
I've done that, but no, I don't think there has not been one in any other South American country at this point.
I've been very fortunate to travel lots thanks to this job, competing myself, performing, and now commentating, but I have not been in South America, not been in South Africa. So.
Well, been to both.
Of course you would.
Well, not South Africa, I've been to Kenya, but yeah.
Happy days. So, as we look
But I'm not going to ride horses.
I think that's a story that we won't want to talk about that story.
All right, let's go.
So now we consider what will happen. Will Genrikh Gartung, who's currently in 4th place, be able to take up from 4th onto the podium?
And he has the quad lots, and we saw him just pop that right now, but he has that, and so does, is it Daiya Ebihara?
Habin Choi from Korea.
Yeah.
Indeed, to my understanding, he was the first Korean man to land a quadruple lutz in competition, and we can confirm that it was looking very healthy in practice as well.
Oh my gosh, was it ever. It looked easy. And we can see Genrikh just, there it is.
And what's important, for those, when we talk about each competitor and we analyze the jumping passes, the running edge on Genrich's quad lutz there was so long, and that is a big factor in grade of execution.
And that running edge gains momentum, and you put that pick in, you explode off the ice. So he uses that speed and momentum to help him get through that quad lutz.
So the men will have had their practice prior to the start of the ice dance event earlier today. So the ice dance event took place starting at midday in Gdansk, Polish time, and the men were on the ice around about 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then they'll have had the remaining time to return to the hotel. And that was always such a hard part of the day.
Waiting. And not just part of the day, it's part of this it's part of the job, or part of the being an athlete in the sport of figure skating, is learning how to spend time that you don't have to think about, in normal life. You're always busy and you choose, but here you have to wait, and sometimes you don't want to wait, but you have to wait. how do you practice waiting and thinking over and over and over again about what's about to happen and learning how to deal with that type properly? Now, lots of sports psychologists are helping athletes with that, of course, but it's not easy.
And there are so many studies which talk about the power of visualization, and often visualizing a physical sport or physical action has the same impact on the body as actually doing the act itself. The reason I mention that is that then for the skaters, quite often on the day of competition, you can't help but have your subconscious brain running through the program again and again and again and again, and what that can do is make it really exhausting.
Well, I was going to
all
say,
day
it's
long.
not, you know, you feel physically tired even though you didn't do anything,
Exactly.
because that brain has been working all the time, and you know, can really affect sort of your energy level when you get to the rink. But it's part of this game, and those who manage it and handle it and adapt to it usually have the best success long term. I mean, you can be the greatest skater in practice, but in order to be a great competitor, you have to understand the environment in which you compete and how to manage it.
And sometimes understanding, you know, now there are so many amazing sports science studies which talk about what happens to a brain and a body and the chemicals in the brain and body under stress. And there are different chemical reactions in a body under stress. Sometimes it's great to know that, how to adapt with it. Sometimes it's better to have complete blissful ignorance and just crack on and get the job done.
Yeah. I'm not sure which one.
I thought too much. I thought far too much.
And now we take a look at Caleb Farrington, our first skater. What a fabulous story of this young man. And of course, he was just in Baku last week, and he had a surprise bronze medal, and he was asked to come here. And then he thought, well, maybe I shouldn't because it wasn't part of the plan. But here he is, and he's sitting in a good position. He'll start the final group, 17-year-old Caleb Farrington from the United States.
Just leaving his coach Larissa Selezneva, walking through the quad toe that he used so successfully to start the program last week.
It has been a busy 2 weeks for this young man in a schedule that he didn't know would happen. He was going to 1, he ends up at 2. And I don't think he thought much of what the results would be, but he found himself at the top. A lot happened in a very short period of time. Brilliant skater.
Oh, and actually that is the most emotive and relaxed that we've seen over there, Caleb Farrington. I think he might have a flower ring from No Name Face. That's the thing that so many of the skaters recognize. They see it from the seniors, and now
it's a badge of honor.
It is a badge of honor, recognition really. And I think we just have to, huge congratulations to Caleb and Coach Larissa Selesneva for the way in which they have managed the, oh, look how sweet that is.
Oh, that's so nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, I could not be, oh, that's
okay,
amazing.
don't cry. Let's go.
Nah, I love that stuff.
No.
Coach Larissa Selesneva herself, an Olympic medalist, world medalist. She has been the support system for Caleb and coming to terms with the oddities of what has taken place. But she recognizing now he's the star that wears the crown. Second in their free skate last week in Baku. And actually now, you can just see it's like a weight off his shoulder. We saw him in practice this morning, and now as the United States of America's team leader here takes a photo, he just looks like any pressure and all the enormity of this last week taken off his shoulders.
The quad toe, that was the start of the program, but he didn't let that bother me. He parked it behind and looked forward and just went one element after that. Look at the flow and speed he carries into the element and out. Wonderful flow. He keeps away from the toe picks and keeps riding that momentum up into the triple toe loop after the flip, and the triplets a little bit later in the program. Low in the knee, up high to the triple toe.
Nice landing.
Straight, strong, back. What a beautiful skater. A pure skater.
Yes, and his choreographer, Nick Buckland, was saying that Caleb really set his mind to this year being a breakout year for him. Said what a lovely young man he is, but that's so interesting to hear that a choreographer who constructed these programs was aware that this intention was a breakout season for Caleb, and
so far,
has been that.
So far, it's true. Absolutely. That's wonderful.
Larissa wanted to make the heart shape.
139.83 is his season best, earning that last week in Baku, and this score here in Gdansk, 135.83. Of course, he fell on the quad toe here. That would be the difference. That's second in the free program. With a total competition score of 204.81 as he takes the lead.
Little happy dance.
With 5 skaters to come. Great job. Caleb Farrington from the United States as we take a look at our next skater representing Switzerland, Ian Wieler.
And a skater that's had a very busy traveling schedule. Last week he skated in his senior debut at the Crystal Skate Open in Tallinn and only had a day and a half between travels for this competition.
Fifth after the short. Needs a 132.51 to take the lead. He'll skate the free program to Rain, an enemy of truth.
Ian Beiler representing Switzerland. His goal for this competition was to get the triple axel in combination. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and thus he has a repeat sign on the second triple axel. It would have had to have been in a combination for him to get the value at full for it. And although this is where I think I feel so very grateful to be on location, because we can give credence to what is happening for Ian skating. From the practice this morning, we saw great quadruple jumps from Ian in practice this morning. Not using it now, but a sign that he has got a big arsenal of technical content yet to come.
Well, it is well on its way. I mean, it is. I mean, you see from one year to the next, he's got the triple axel now. He didn't do it in combination. He wants to do it, but it will be there soon. And he's an all-round skater. It's not just about the jumps, and it's not just about the program components, the combination of everything together as we see this young man continue to develop. There's the triple axel, gets the free leg back in time. Really good work on that. Here's the second one. I'm going to slow this right down. Let's see what happens on the landing. Tight takeoff edge. And he just couldn't get the free leg back in time. He continued to rotate on his upper body a little bit. There's the triple flip. And that was over-rotated too. Continues a 3-turn, keeps the free leg off the ice. Triple Lutz. Again, he had a problem there as well.
And it begs the question, with a lot of these jumps for Ian today, there was over-rotation, which isn't something you'll hear us talk about often, but maybe it's because he's in that interim process of working the quadruple jumps as well. So he's just kind of reacclimatizing to some of rotational speed and checkouts.
It's a good point. And sometimes you jump higher than you normally do, and you over-rotate. Sometimes you jump lower than you normally do, and it's under rotation. So there's a whole mess of factors there. This is a very good skater. He is a very, very good skater, and he's just learning in competition how to apply, as everyone is.
Yeah. And they're joined by world champion Stéphane Lambiel, who, that was nice. Just seems to say thank you for his flower headband.
No, I didn't see that.
Stéphane was just acknowledging that he feels his purpose is really to guide these skaters to the joyful experiences and successful experiences that he had too.
128.60, that is third in the free program for Ian, with a total competition score of 200.90, and that'll put him overall into third place. He wanted more, he worked for more, he can get more, but on this night, there were enough mistakes to keep him away from perhaps his point goal and that triple axel combination. Well, there is our next skater who has been very busy this season, Genrikh Gartung from Germany.
And again, having seen practices, we can confirm Genrikh looking very, very strong in practice. We saw that wonderful quad loops in the warm-up for this event, and hoping that continued success in training happens under the jurisdiction of the judges now.
And he'll start his program skating to Brick and Blood.
Well, Germany's Genrikh Gartung delivering with the quadruple jumps, quad flip as well on this occasion, and quad lutz, and now packaged with some choreography by Benoit Richaud, where he's trying to tap into the storytelling which Benoit wants to help him use to transform his skating, not just from a technician but into a program component skater as well.
Yeah, and that takes time. You know, you've got that theory there. It's not just about, hey, I would like you to do it. Okay, I will. You know, it takes time to understand, well, what does that mean and how do I do it? So Benoit is the right person to do all this work, that's for sure, but it's more than just the choreography. It's bringing his soul and his heart out for him to discover and then to apply into the choreography, and that obviously takes some mileage and some time. But what a great technician, good speed and flow across the ice. He made him, the odd little mistake here or there, and that triple axel looks like his least comfortable, least favorite multi-rotational jump. There's the quad flip. That's all the way around. That's 12.5 points almost. There's the quad lutz into the triple toe, and that is 17.5 points. First two elements, amazing. Triple axel, whoa, too far forward on the landing, and he has to take a fall deduction for that. Triple loop. And here is the triple lutz late in the program, follow up by the triple toe loop. That's really lovely.
Just those criteria. The judges have it. It's easy to find it on the communications. Good height, good length, good takeoff, good landing, effortlessness. Some of those jumps just really ticking all of those boxes. And also skating skills. Genrikh showing flow and ice coverage as Nico Ilianovsky joins him. And there's a lovely kind of brotherhood between the coach and skater, and a respect that's growing and increasing with every passing season they have together.
Well, it's a journey, and it's nice to have a colleague on your journey. Even though it's a coach, you share information, work together. The skater can't just sit and do nothing and say nothing and just take information. They have to participate in their learning. Not when they're younger, but when they're older, they need to be part of the conversation and say, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm feeling. And the coach would say, this is what I'm seeing. Season's best, 146.45. That is first in the free program for Genrikh, with a total competition score of 219.14. He takes the lead with 3 skaters to come. Can he reach the podium? Can he reach the podium? We'll see. He did everything he can. Just the axle was the one mistake in the free.
Nico making sure he's framing it positively.
Yep. Our next skater represents Japan, Daiya Ebihara.
And Daiya has over 4 points advantage above, or just under 4 points advantage above Genrikh after this short program, hoping to take a medal in Gdansk.
And he will skate the free program here in Gdansk to the Way of Water from Avatar.
Thought I could protect you from paying for
live.
Japan's Daiya Ebihara doing all he can to try to take a medal in Gdansk. He was third here 2 years ago at this event, but this season he was off the podium. As you see, Kaoru Wada and Sumika Kanazawa cheering him on, and further Japanese flags on the opposite side of the ring to support him. And interestingly, since that event where he was fourth in Bangkok off the podium, Daiya and the team have elected to change the layout of the program. Previously he had the quad toe opening the skate, but he fell on that in Bangkok. This time making that the second jumping pass, which was to his credit and to his benefit on this occasion. Just now waiting to see how the technical panel review some of the rotation. When he competed in Bangkok, there were lots of Q marks on 4 of his jumps, which would detract from the grade of execution. Here the quad toe.
That is in with an under rotation. Judging system. A nice triple loop. Great distance in the air. And the triple axel. This is, wow, just squeaks it out of there. It's not a great triple axel. It's not tight in the air, but the rest of the elements are really strong. Nice triple Lutz, good flow, up into the double axel. Double axel, he gets it done because he's just so strong and a really good athlete.
To me, it's the drive of the right leg. It's
yeah.
just not driving through very much. Or
he doesn't get into that tight rotation position. He gets around, but he doesn't get into a tight one. Oh.
And, you know, that's for Daiya Ebihara, a skater that has been here, as I say, 2 years ago. This is his 3rd season on the Junior Grand Prix. He's been a medalist before. And so then anything less than that seems disheartening, but it's such a stiff, fierce competition.
Yes.
And he's just...
It is. The competition is getting more fierce from more countries now, and it used to be, completely dominated by Japan and Korea. I don't mean just in men's, but in women's as well. That is beginning to change.
Well, Genrikh Gartung potentially now going to repeat as a medalist, because Daiya Ebihara will need 142 points to stay ahead of Genrikh, and that would be a big ISU personal best for Daiya, and he can sense, I think, as he sits in the kiss and cry, that was not his best.
Then for Genrikh, will that put him in the mix for the final? It will, but a little bit on the cusp, because we have a lot next week.
A huge
in
number.
Abu Dhabi. Let's take a look at the scores. Season's best at 135.41, but that is just 4th in the free program. The total competition score of 211.98, but that overall will put Daiya Ebihara into 2nd. The realization there is a little disappointing with 2 skaters to come.
Oh.
Our next skater represents Korea, Habin Choi.
And we saw Habin skating confidently in practice this morning, showcasing some of the brilliance that helped him to take silver in Varese.
And he'll skate the free program to such a popular piece of music over the years, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Korea's Habin Choi completes his free skate. 2 quads, much like the leader Genrikh Gartung, but although they were of lesser value with a quad toe as opposed to the quad flip from Genrikh, Habin Choi did do 2 triple axels as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds now in a tight competition, bearing in mind that Habin did have a healthier lead from the short program.
He's so quick in the rotation, isn't he?
Impressive.
He just goes up into the air, immediately folds into a straight and strong and tight rotation position, finishes it, opens up, floats down to the ice, and he doesn't stop. Like, there's no change of pace in that program for him.
So energetic and young, youthful in his energy, I feel.
Oh yeah, looks like it's endless energy.
Interesting to choose parts of the Caribbean as we see quad loops.
Wow, tight circle, the landing, but he hangs on. And here's the quad toe. And again, gets that free leg back there. Just hangs on to that. Can't get a really good landing position. He's just going, don't move, don't move. Keep hanging on. There's the triple axel, so quick. Amazing. Triple Lutz, that's a step out. He had one other step out, I think, in this program. Second triple axel. The beauty into the double. Oh, that was the second mistake. 2-foot landing.
And here we see some of the skating skills, and he's got good flow, good speed, good glide, but aesthetically, Habin Choi is so fixated on the jumping passes, and it's going to pay off for him. Triple Lutz, Euler, triple salcho, amassing a technical element score that will be stronger, but just from a skating skills perspective, that will be the development for him moving forward. He's got a few more years in juniors, though, before he makes the...
Yeah, that's the next stage, is to get more transitions and use the edges and turns while you're picking up momentum. Because right now it's just forward skating from one element to the other. Not in all cases, but in some parts of the program.
And now, though, consistency with his quad jumps, and we know that there are more. He can do quad flip as well.
Yeah, well, look how fast he can rotate. The quads will be all over the place for this young man in years to come. His personal best is 154.43, and he's going to fall a little bit short on that with a 148.73, and that is first in the free program. Total competition score 227.26, and he takes the lead with one skater to go.
Kyung is happy.
Yeah. That's right. He's on the podium. He has the silver, at least, maybe the gold, pending our next skater.
Find your shape of the heart. Coach choreographing him in his shaped heart.
Our final skater of this competition here in Gdansk in the men's event, Taiga Nishino from Japan.
And Taiga, one of the youngest in the event, just 15 years of age, but he has 15 points already following his win in Varese, looking for 15 more. Well, 3 weeks ago in Italy, Taiga Nishino, the skater on camera now, beat Habin Choi by such a small margin. He leads Habin Choi after the short program by 28 hundredths of a point. They're the skaters that so desperately hope that he will maintain that lead, but it's going to be very difficult.
I think it's going to be very difficult. There were too many errors, small errors as they might be, on the landings of those jump, and the points started to disappear. He has 1, 2, 3 elements in the minus GOEs, adding up to 6, 7, 8, almost 9 points, losing on the quality of the execution on the technical elements. So that is probably going to be it.
And you can see he knows it.
Yeah, sure he does. But he fought all the way through the program. These guys just don't give up. They have so much energy. My gosh, did you ever have that much energy?
Yeah, I just didn't know how to use it as well as they do.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at some of the elements in the program here. There's the quad toe and just a step out fall awkward. Now he finds himself slipping away.
Look how he coped with that.
The heel caught the pants. Now he's way behind the music and he's got to try to catch up, which is never easy when you hear the music ahead of you, but he comes right back down the ice with a quad sow. Amazing. Triple flip, touchdown with a free leg, and triple toe loop after that. So little mistakes. We'll see here the triple axel. No look at that. And forward and the flip out on the Salco. And then the triple axel later in the program, wobbly. So all little items like that were costing him points on the grade of execution.
And I think Taiga Nishino has better composition and presentation than Habin Choi, but just too many costly mistakes. And now we have to consider how much Taiga has done to stay potentially ahead of Genrikh Gartung from Germany.
Yes,
he will
good
need
point.
140.34 to stay ahead of Genrikh. And currently we can see that his score is hovering very close, precariously to that.
Yeah. But, you know, both the women's and the men's event have been exciting. You just didn't know what was going to happen. The odd little mistake here or there. Some brilliant skating as well. And a battle. And it always gets like that a little bit near the end of the Junior Grand Prix series, as you say. But next week is going to be really exciting in the men's event, because I think you said 4. We have 4 men that are within the Junior Grand Prix final range.
Next week we have multiple medalists on the Junior Grand Prix all battling it out.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the score. He clasped his hands, but it's a 140.54. That is third in the free program. With a total competition score of 219.35, that puts him in second place. So Habin Choi of Korea wins the event. There it is. Taiga Nishino in second, and Genrikh Gartung from Germany takes the bronze.
And Misao Sato, coach, and Taiga, they know that will make him a finalist.
Ever so close as well for Genrikh, 219.35 for Taiga, 219.14 for Genrikh. Wow. Here's the look at the standings. The final results in the men's event here in
Genrikh Gartung, only one of 2 men from Germany in the IJS era to have won a medal in the Junior Grand Prix.
Oh.
Pretty cool.
Wow, very cool. Well, here in Gdansk, we will now have the medal presentation for the dance event, followed by the men, so you can stay on and watch that. We do want to take a moment to thank all of the volunteers and the wonderful local organizing committee here in Gdansk for all the hard work that they do to get this rink set up. The hotels, of course, the transportation, the pickup at the airports, the drive back tomorrow, and for you, I think, what, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning?
Yeah, something ridiculous.
There you go. and all the officials, we thank them for taking time away from home and family to come here and make these events happen. Of course, all the ISU staff as well. We really do have to thank our staff here in the production room. Also our social media team that do such a wonderful job. Stay tuned, because there's some fun stuff coming out, I think, a little bit later today or tomorrow on social media, not only just including us, but obviously many of our skaters as well. So some great things yet to come. We will move on to Abu Dhabi. We will be leaving tomorrow, and the events will start on Thursday in Abu Dhabi. That's going to be exciting. Make sure you want to join us there. We hope that you'll join us there for the final chapter on the Junior Grand Prix Series. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone. We hope you join us next week.
Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Solidarity Cup 2025. Victory Ceremony, Junior Men. Trzecie miejsce i zdobywca brązowego medalu, reprezentant Niemiec. Third and winner of the bronze medal from Germany, Genrikh Gartung. Drugie miejsce i zdobywca srebrnego medalu, reprezentant Japonii. Second and winner of the silver medal from Japan, Taiga Nishino. Pierwsze miejsce i zdobywca złotego medalu, reprezentant Korei Południowej. First and winner of the gold medal from the Republic of Korea, Habin Choi. Powitajmy prezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, panią Magdalenę Tascher. Będzie ona wręczała medale. Please welcome the president of Polish Figure Skating Association, Ms. Magdalena Tascher. She will award the medals. Powitajmy wiceprezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, panią Agnieszkę Filipowicz. Będzie ona wręczała kwiaty. Please welcome the Vice President of Polish Figure Skating Association, Ms. Agnieszka Filipowicz. She will award the flowers. Szanowni Państwo, jeżeli to możliwe, prosimy o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwycięzcy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner. Szanowni Państwo, to są Wasi zwycięzcy. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists. ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Solidarity Cup 2025. Victory Ceremony Junior Ice Dance. Trzecie miejsce i zdobywcy brązowego medalu, reprezentanci Włoch. Third and winners of the bronze medal from Italy, Arianna Soldati and Nicolas Tagliabue. Miejsce i zdobywcy srebrnego medalu, reprezentanci Kanady. Second and winners of the silver medal from Canada, Laila Beiler and Alexander Brandes. Zdobywcy złotego medalu, reprezentanci Ukrainy. First and winners of the gold medal from Ukraine, Irina Pidgaina and Artem Kowal. Powitajmy prezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, panią Magdalenę Tascher. Będzie ona wręczała medale. Please welcome the president of Polish Figure Skating Association, Ms. Magdalena Tascher. She will award the medals. Powitajmy wiceprezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, panią Agnieszkę Filipowicz. Będzie ona wręczała kwiaty. Please welcome the Vice President of Polish Figure Skating Association, Ms. Agnieszka Filipowicz. She will award the flowers. Szanowni Państwo, jeśli to możliwe, prosimy o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwycięzców. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winners. Szanowni Państwo, to są Wasi medaliści. Ladies and gentlemen,